KAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your new home for 49ers football in the 916.
Sactown Sports.
It's time. It is that time. Time for Stiles and Watkins.
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140. Find us on YouTube at Sactown Sports 1140.
It's time for Alan Stiles and Chris Watkins.
Yes. On a Wednesday, can the Wasabi Wednesday beat out the Tapatio Tuesday? Well, we're certainly going to try, as Nate is coming in with, might be the new, is this the original? This is the original.
This is the original.
We're changing the opening of the show.
This is the original. I Want to Fly Away. This is not Quavo. This is Lenny Kravitz as we...
Oh, we're going lyrics. Okay.
No, see, and DJ Bedhead is making an appearance on a Wednesday. You know it's going to be a good show. And the highlight of the show for all of you Kings fans out there, Brett Seagull of Clutch Points put out an article yesterday talking about how the Kings may have interest in Robert Williams III. That's right, Time Lord. That's right, the defensive savant who has had some issues with his lower half and the knees and things like that. So not only are we going to discuss the article because we love you, Kings fans, because we love you, Sack Chatters, because we love you in the car, wherever you may be listening, Brett Seagull will join us at 12 on the dot. So you will not want to miss that. Chris Watkins, how you doing?
Pretty good, man. Yeah, it was looking, I can't lie, it was looking a little bleak for a second, but Brett Seagull in this report, I mean, it's got all the juices flowing again. I'm ready to talk some Kings. I know it's still a bit of a lull in the NBA offseason, but when you get little nuggets like this, I mean, it just gets you all excited again for the season to kick back up. And then, we got some football talk too. So excited for all that's going on in sports, even still.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a lull as far as the NBA is concerned. And there have been some teams doing mini splashes, I'd say. Precious Achiuwa decides to stay for $6 million, another small deal. Tyus Jones goes to Phoenix. We talked about that a little bit. But as far as NFL is concerned, they are rolling on all cylinders. The Hall of Fame game is around the corner. There are fights at training camps. Ooh. Madden is on the way. We have the top edge rushers. We will break that down. Where does Max Crosby fall? Where does Nick Bosa fall? And all of that. Also, the NFL Top 100 rolls on. Chris has a problem with where George Kittle lands.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what. So do I.
Good.
And people are not going to be happy about our takes on this. And people, meaning Nate the Great, a.k.a. DJ Bedhead. And, of course, we cannot go too far into this show without roasting the San Francisco Giants, who got 4 ding-dong Donkey Kongs dropped on them last night at home in the last Bay Bridge series that we will see, okay? My guy, Lawrence Butler, getting it done, okay? Brent Rooker getting it done. As we tried to tell you last week that the A's may not be technically better than the San Francisco Giants, but they're definitely more exciting. After Farhan does absolutely nothing besides bringing, I would say he was a bit of a fan favorite, Mark Canha back to the Bay Area at 35 years old, after he just said that they moved Jorge Soler so that Marco Luciano could be the DH. And what do after they say that, Chris? You want to know what they do? They pinch hit for Marco Luciano before the game is even over for Lamont Wade Jr. What is happening? What is happening? So we will go in on the San Francisco Giants and give praise to the Oakland A's, as this is the last Bay Bridge series. And I will say this, Chris. Can we not, and I know we're here in Sacramento and, a lot of people in Sacramento are excited for the A's. Can we not try to make a different name? I know the A's are going to be here for a couple years. It was called the Bay Bridge Series. When the Giants play the A's, I don't think we should make another name.
Why not? I was actually literally about to suggest that.
I don't think we
come
should.
up with a new name.
I don't think we should. And maybe if it's a good enough name, I'll allow it. But, it's got to be a good one. Because what is the name when you're just the A's? You're not the Sacramento A's.
Sure. I mean,
it could be Battle of 80.
That's probably going to be what it is.
The Battle of 80, but you're not the Sacramento A's.
Yeah, I mean, I think they'll probably still want to profit off of it a little bit, so I'm sure they'll come up with something, and it'll be a special edition mini series of whatever it is.
Sure.
And, I mean, we can workshop something. I'm sure we can come up with something good enough. We got bridges here too. We can figure it out.
And Causeways.
Well, we already have the Causeway Classic.
The Causeway Classic.
We can figure something out. I don't know. We got some creative minds in here. We can definitely figure something. Whitey will come up with something.
Yeah. We'll see if I greenlight it or not. Speaking of greenlight, DJ Moore gets the green light for 4 more years in Chicago. $110 million, good for $27.5 million a year. The reports were that Brandon Aiyuk initially got $26 million. Because now it becomes a point where, okay, now it might be a little disrespectful.
Yeah.
And
we could have arguments about Jalen Waddle, right?
Yes,
I don't know if we can have this argument.
But the DJ Moore, what would you call him? A screen merchant? I would call DJ Moore a screen merchant. And if he's getting 27.5 a year, if I'm Aiyuk, I'm saying, the Shannon Sharp meme where he's just pointing.
Yes.
What are we doing here? So we're gonna have a conversation about that as well. Speaking of merchants, Chris, I came up with this yesterday.
Okay.
And a lot of people were saying, and I would have Farhan on the show. You know what I mean? I don't think this is anything wildly disrespectful, but to me, he's coming off like a Moneyball merchant. That's the term I came up with yesterday.
I like it.
Because he was, obviously he was with Billy Bean. He goes to the Dodgers. Oh, we're working on this and that. And all of a sudden, I mean, Moneyball doesn't really work anymore. And he's still trying to do some version of it, but everybody was trying to give him praise for when he was with the Dodgers. We were just talking with Pat from KNCI, and we know Pat, Hall of Famer when it comes to this radio thing. And Pat says, Alan, you know what you need to talk about? I'm like, what's that, Pat? As I'm just grabbing coffee, he says, Farhan did come from the Dodgers. We like to talk about double
Insider.
agents. I like to talk about double agents on this show. And, hustling backwards a little bit. Hey!
On a Wasabi Wednesday.
Can I interest you? Like tinfoil hats? Can I interest you in a Mark Canna? Please, guys. Please. We are figuring all of this out. So, there is plenty to go around on the show today, Chris. And, of course, Olympic basketball playing as well. Chris, we talked about the Jason Tatum thing, right? And I think that we addressed it, and then the show ends. Okay, by the way, this probably is a good time to announce that. Oh yeah, we should probably with Jason Ross and Carmichael Dave really taking advantage of their PTO. That's what you get for 30 years in the game, right? I'm still trying to build up my PTO, but Jason Ross,
get on that Draper package.
Well, you need to get on something. Jason Ross and Carmichael Dave will both be out starting on Friday. So Stiles and Watkins is actually taking a bit of
break.
a break.
We'll call it a break.
Yes. I met Chris's sister yesterday, and she said, Alan, Chris really needs that break. So apparently,
really?
No, I'm kidding.
I was like, that's so nice of her to say.
No,
wow.
a break from me.
Lit up
a break from me.
I was like, wow, she knows I'm tired.
A break from me. A break from me. But no, she didn't say that. But she is outstanding. I can see why you are the man that you are. But starting on Friday, I will be doing the Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross show, 6 a.m., 10 a.m., and Chris will be doing the Stiles and Watkins show from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. That starts on Friday, and we go to next Friday. So we will have more details on that as well. But what I was saying, Chris, was how the show ended. We talked about Jason Tatum. And Stephen A., you got to watch your blood pressure, brother. There were people incredibly upset about this. Incredibly upset. Did we not address how egregious it was?
We didn't. No, we really didn't.
Or did we undersell how egregious it was? Because it did not. People were. I
don't care. I honestly don't care like that. Like Jason Ross said this morning, Tyrese didn't play either, and
Right.
no one seems that worked up about that.
I mean, Draymond a couple years ago, he never got off the, and I get it, all NBA, whatever. Draymond never got off the bench.
yeah, I just didn't. I definitely was not expecting it to be the discourse that it ended up being, and maybe it's a sign of, like we said up top, like it is a little bit lighter in terms of NBA news. So maybe Stephen A's just trying to, get the juices going and try and bring people in that way when the news is a little light. But I just wasn't that hurt by it. Like, we still won. We beat Serbia. Serbia is one of the best teams. We kind of killed them.
Easily.
KD dropped whatever it was 9 of 9 or whatever. I just didn't think it was that big of a deal.
I think it moved from X's and O's to feeling like it was disrespectful.
Yes. I think you could have just stopped at feelings. It went from X's and O to feelings all of a sudden.
Yes, to being disrespectful. But to me, what's more disrespectful? Let's start here. Jason Tatum not getting any time, or the reigning finals MVP, and at that time, going into the season, highest paid player in the league, not even and American, by the way, not making the team. What's more disrespectful?
I honestly think it's the latter. I really do think it's JB not making the team in general. I mean, especially when there was a replacement and they go to his team to replace him, and it's not him. It's like, it's crazy that, I mean, if I'm Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, I'm looking a little sideways. I'm like, how are we the two best players on the team that just won the championship?
Yep.
And you have two of our teammates who are the role players given all this time. And it's I don't have a problem with Drew Holiday and Derek White getting minutes, but something about that on its face is crazy. Like, that doesn't make any sense. So I'm more on the side of, JB, he should absolutely be on the team. And I understand why Jason Tatum didn't play. There's so many stars. They didn't need him. Yeah. He's just, I mean, and he's playing behind LeBron James and KD. Those guys are going to take a lot of the minutes. Maybe not every minute, but it makes sense for Tatum to have a reduced role. It makes really no sense for Jaylen Brown to not be at least considered on the roster. And it felt like he wasn't a part of the select team. He didn't seem like he was really a part of the actual team selection process either. That, to me, is much more egregious than Jason Tatum not playing in front of Kevin Durant and LeBron. I mean, it's just insane.
Yeah, we will get into all of that as the game will tip off during our show. But when we return, the 49ers defensive back gives high praise to the new defensive assistant coach, Brandon Staley. So yoga is cool now. Apparently, we get into it. Fully loaded show. Like some Nacho Supreme. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
The Sacramento Kings play here.
He's got the triple. Sacramento takes the lead.
Get your Kings fix all season long right here on your home of the Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity Mobile. Connect to the most reliable 5G network nationwide. Well, July was very good to the A's as they put together their best month since they were 17-9 back in June of 21. And they took advantage of a real quirk in the schedule, playing the Angels 10 times in July, and they went 8-2. And also good series against the Astros and the Phillies, going 2-1 against those two ball clubs as well.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? Now through September 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And for just $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver. That includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $35 a month. Switch at Xfinity.com today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay to store bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Currently $54 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity internet or TV and price subject to change.
Sactown Sports.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
Brett Seagull, clutch points. you know him, friend of the show, dropped an article. That is at 12. We go over the article in depth. We have Brett Seagull on. That is at 12. So we will have plenty of Kings for you.
Do we have him on the phone or video?
I believe phone.
He's a phone guy.
Gotcha.
We like the phone. We like the phone, yes. And we will talk to Brett at 12. But we want to get into the 49ers and Diamador Lenore. High praise, Chris. So we have an elite processor at QB.
Yeah, crazy.
And what do we have at the defensive assistant position?
You have Albert Einstein. So
Oh,
you
my
have
goodness.
a absolute certified genius as your defensive assistant coach. Not as the coordinator, but as the assistant coach. Absolutely incredible. Brandon Staley gets high praise from Diamador Lenore yesterday at practice. This is a direct quote. Quote, "He is a genius," Lenore said. "I really respect him as a coach and as a person. The joy that he brings our room, the knowledge he brings, and how much he teaches us. It's a blessing to have him here." He goes on to say, "It's like having Kyle Shanahan on defense," Lenore said. "Just the knowledge that he brings to the room, how much guys respect him. It's a blessing for him to be here with us." Staley's addition to the San Francisco's coaching staff comes in wake of the firing of former defensive coordinator Steve Wilks and the promotion of Nick Sorensen to fill that vacancy. Alan, I mean, Diamador Lenore clearly did. Don't do this, man. Don't do it.
I love it.
Don't add to the reasons why you guys cannot lose, because now you have Kyle Shanahan on offense, you have Kyle Shanahan on defense, you, like you said, you have an elite processor, you have the best running back in the NFL,
right? You
you have a top 5 at worst receiving core in the NFL, you have a top 5 at worst, if you look at the top NFL punter players, you have a top 3 tight end in the NFL, you have the best left tackle, you have the best edge rusher, the best linebacker in Fred Warner. What do you do? Now everything again is just going the Niners' way. Everything is perfect. You have a genius on offense, genius on defense. No excuses. And I know that's already the case, but I mean, you know, if with it's just the rich get richer, and it's again another peg in the y'all cannot lose this. Then if you figured out the defense, because last year. That was the scapegoat, was Steve Wilks. Steve Wilks. Oh, my God. Steve Wilks. Oh, he's got to come down from the booth in order to make the defense play better somehow.
Yeah, and he got overruled by Shanahan. I'll put it to you like this. I actually wasn't going to take it to where you took it to. At the end of the day, the Niners, they still have ridiculous, expectations. Where I was going to take this is how the Niners are just obsessed with drama. Because you have a quote like that, and if you were dropped down from Mars or Jupiter, you would think, oh, okay, Brandon Staley is the defensive coordinator. But no, that's Nick Sorensen.
That's what I'm saying.
So now we're gonna have a situation where, and I'll put it like this. And Nate, you can cut this, and Chris, you can call me out on it.
Okay.
I give it 6 weeks. 6 weeks.
So you're putting us like week 2. You're saying by like week 2 of the regular season?
No. Sorry. 6 weeks into the season.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
6 weeks into the season until we're having conversations about drama between who is calling the shots with Brandon Staley and Nick Sorensen.
Yeah.
And then you still got Kyle Shanahan. So give me 6 weeks into the season, and we will have to have a conversation like that. Because there's just you have too many cooks in the kitchen, and you almost have too many brilliant minds.
Yeah.
This is what's going to happen. So you're going to say, if you have a genius in Brandon Staley, if Nick Sorensen does one thing wrong or incorrectly, who are they going to go to?
Yeah.
This is just wait for it. Just wait for it.
No, I mean, it seems like Nick Sorensen is kind of there to be the scapegoat, honestly. To me, I mean, it seems like, and even from what I heard yesterday,
he's a placeholder. I
literally heard reports that yesterday at practice, and this is how it's been, Nate. Maybe it was, if it wasn't this way when you were there, or if it was, please confirm. But I heard Nick Sorensen's standing next to Kyle Shanahan, and Brandon Staley's actually the one in there with the players, which again, it's coordinator versus assistant. So maybe that's typical, but more so towards your point, when you have quotes like this, and it's clear that if you are more hands-on with the players,
yeah,
that could potentially create some division, like you're saying. And that could definitely lead to a lot of, well, when Nick tells us to do something, we kind of look to Brandon and see if he also nods. And if he also nods, then we know it's good, and that just, like you said, it leads to a lot of drama, a lot of unnecessary stuff. And, frankly, it's funny because Brandon Staley's had this rep as this defensive genius, and I pulled the numbers. I mean, by points, this defenses, he was first with the Rams in 2020, but then after taking over, granted as head coach, not fully as D coordinator, but when you're known as one of the best D coordinators in the NFL, that should probably translate even when you still are the head coach. So number one in defense in terms of points scored with the Rams in 2020. He then gets the Chargers job in 2021. They finished 29th in points allowed in the NFL. 22, they're 21st in points allowed in the NFL. In 23, they're 24th in points allowed. Brandon Staley gets fired because the reason why he's there is to make the defense better. They have Justin Herbert. They felt like they had that side of the ball taken care of. They just needed the defense to be elite, and he couldn't do that. And I pulled the Niners to compare 2020 with Robert Saleh, 17th in points. With DeMeco Ryans for 2 years, 9th in 21, and then first in points scored or points allowed in 22. Last year with Steve Wilks, they were third. So this team has been a fantastic defense. If they're not anything but a top 5, definitely top 10 defense, where does the blame go, to your point? Because Brandon Staley, yes, he's been a good coordinator, but he did not translate that in the Chargers. So I just feel like this is leading to exactly what you're putting. It's going to be a mess. It's going to be an absolute mess.
Though. But he was there. Chris, I was on a team where we had, and I'm sure this happens all the time in Little League and all different levels. I was on a team where we had a hitting coach.
Yeah.
Okay. We also had a coach that was kind of trying to get back into coaching, but he played for the Expos. Okay. He played for the Expos.
Huh?
Yeah. And he was, hey, guys, can I help out?
Right.
His hitting philosophy was different than our hitting coach. Who do you think we all listen to?
Probably the
dude
ex-player,
who played
right?
in Major League Baseball.
Right.
That's who we listen to. So there's different levels to this. Let's get to Ramiz to open up the phone lines to start the calls off for today's show, 916-339-1140. Ramiz wants to be a part of the conversation. What's up, Ramiz? What you got for us?
Hey, fellas. Good morning, man. Yeah, I want to talk about my Kings, but when I heard about the Niners are having the best pass rusher, I disagree with that. The best pass rusher in the NFL right now is Myles Garrett, Waterboy Parsons, and TJ Watt, and then Bosa. In regards to the receivers, I doubt that. And I'm not even a Eagles fan. The Eagles have the best wide receiver duo in the league, not the Niners. I'm sorry about that one. Is this amazing? I'm not a Niner fan. I can't stand the franchise because it's one of the most bandwagon franchises in the country besides the Warriors. But I don't even have the Niners probably. They're one of the legit teams in the NFL, but they're not going to win the Super Bowl with that game manager back there.
Wow.
Yeah, I had a call. When you said Bosa's the best edge rusher. He is not. He's probably top 5, but Waterboy Parsons and TJ Watt way above him, man. You guys have a nice day.
Thanks for the call,
Thank you,
Ramiz.
Ramiz.
Good stuff. Let's get to Dominic.
I was trying to prove a point.
Dominic, who wants to be a part of the conversation. What's up, Dominic? What you got for us?
Hi, thank you for taking my call. Sorry about that caller right there. He's delusional. I just absolutely delusional. Hey, what do you think of Christian McCaffrey? I wanted to get your thoughts. What do you think of him making the cover of Madden?
Yeah, great stuff, Dominic. I don't think that are we still doing the Madden curse? Is anybody,
I don't think so.
Is anybody worried about that anymore?
It's been over for a while.
Yeah. I mean, I think he deserves it.
Yeah,
right.
Sure.
I mean, it's always nice when it's not a quarterback. It's so often it is a quarterback, and Christian McCaffrey is really, I would say, in the middle of his prime, or the height of his. He's not going to get any more prime, right? If anything else, the other side is coming, and what he's done for the Niners and turning around that offense, even if he has a game manager, according to Ramiz, I think that it's good stuff. And the Niners aren't focused. They would never do a Hard Knocks or anything like that. So this is the most we're going to see from the 49ers, and hopefully they can get it done. Having some fun with some of the calls. Good stuff from Ramiz and Dominic. Coming up next, we continue the conversation. But we do switch over to the Kings for the first time on today's show. Kyle Draper said something yesterday while I was driving home that made me think. We don't know whether he's wrong or right, but let's have the conversation. Where do the Kings fall? And how many teams are you sure are better than the Kings right now? Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
You know, I'm sort of LeBron James, of the station, trying to boost the rating.
Subscribe to Sactown Sports on YouTube and watch the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Live Monday through Friday from 6 to 6. Plus view archive shows and exclusive content.
Subscribe at youtube.com/Sactown Sports.
I feel like I'm constantly cleaning hair off my bathroom floor. At least my Swiffer Sweeper makes it easy. Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths have ultra-thick pads to trap and lock hairs, like a hair magnet. And when I'm finished cleaning up my hair, Sweeper takes care of his too. Now the hair's gone, all thanks to Swiffer. Try Swiffer Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths. I promise you'll love them or your money back. And also try Swiffer Sweeper Wet to make quick work of tough, sticky messes.
You go into your shower feeling, but as soon as you reach for the Irish Spring, your day immediately gets better. That crisp, fresh, unmistakable Irish Spring scent zings your brain and awakens your senses. So when you finally emerge from the shower, 37 minutes later, because you pay the water bill so you can stay in there as long as you want, you're ready to take on the day and smell great doing it. Irish Spring Body Wash and Bar Soap. Fresh, green, Irish. Shop now at Walmart.
Quick Quack Car Wash takes the drama out of keeping your car clean.
Let's wash the car. Don't spray the hose inside the car. Oh.
Our convenient wash packages make it easy to get your car soaked, scrubbed, and on your way. Protect your car from sun, rain, and pollen with a ceramic duck wash and get our in-wash light show and an unbeatable clean.
Oh, the kids filled the gas tank with water.
Of course they did. Quick Quack Car Wash. Come in today and get 25% off any wash.
Hi, this is Frank LaRosa.
And this is Scott Marsh.
Join us weekly for Golf to Go right here on Sactown Sports. We talk to all the local golf experts in the area and give you the latest on all the courses as well.
And not to mention all the golf legends and celebrities, along with all the latest in equipment and tournaments too.
Most importantly, we'll just have some fun talking about a game that's fun to play.
You know, it's my favorite hour of the week, Frank.
Golf to Go, Thursdays at 6 p.m. and Saturdays at 8 a.m. right here on Sactown Sports. Give us a listen. I think you'll enjoy it.
Sacramento, Dirks Bentley's coming to town. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Farmally, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com. Brought to you by The Scoundrel Red Wine, Naturewood Home Furnishings, and Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers.
Live and local. This is Sactown Sports.
Don't worry, the Giants are not off the hook. We will definitely roast them basically throughout the show. But I was driving home yesterday and I heard Kyle Draper say that the Suns getting Tyus Jones, who Chris and I very high on, Tyus Jones, who, you know, the middle class, Chris, you said it perfectly. I don't know if this was a Chris original, but the middle class of the NBA just really being forgotten in this new CBA. And it's spot on. And Tyus Jones is literally the poster boy for that. And I would say Tyus Jones more so than Precious. I think Precious is you could have that conversation too. Precious going back to the Knicks. But Tyus Jones going to the Suns, who really, it's a perfect situation for both teams because the Suns are broke. Okay, and Tyus Jones, and they needed a point guard, and Tyus Jones they're
kind of the opposite of broke.
Yes. They're broke because of how much they've been
Yeah, there you
spending.
go.
And now you have a team in the Phoenix Suns who they have their point guard, and Devin Booker doesn't have to double or triple, I'd honestly say, as a point guard, shooting guard, small forward, and all of the above. So it got me thinking, how many teams would you confidently say are better than the Kings right now? Because Kyle Draper said, I thought that the Kings were better than the Suns, but Whitey, and I'm paraphrasing, Whitey, after the Suns got Tyus Jones, I think I have them over the Kings now. And it got me thinking whether or not I have that. So let's just go through it. And, we might not have the same list.
Yeah, sure.
But which teams that we will stamp down and say, yeah, that team is better than the Kings right now.
Yeah, I think the easiest way is just kind of going down the standings of last year and then just kind of yes or noing it. Are you cool with that?
Yes.
Cool. That's a good start. Let's start with OKC, I think. Or should we go down up? Let's make all the decisions. I'm terrible.
I think down up is more fun.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Down up. So Portland Trailblazers.
Yeah.
Yes? Okay.
Time Lord.
Spurs, even though there's a lot of people who are very high on the Spurs right now with the addition of Harrison Barnes and Chris Paul. No.
Yes.
No. Memphis Grizzlies. This may be where this could be our first interesting conversation. Do we think the Memphis Grizzlies, who are rolling out, they just re-signed Luke Kennard today. Let me get a little glimpse at what their 24-25 roster. You got Desmond Bain, Jaren Jackson. You have Zach Edey added to the fold. Brandon Clark is back. Marcus Smart. I would not confidently say that that the Grizzlies are better than the Kings.
Yes, the operative word there is confident, right? Yeah. So I would say no.
I would say yes. No, as in the Kings are a better team than the Grizzlies.
Right.
Cool. Yes, we are on the same page. Do we think that the Utah Jazz are better than the Sacramento Kings?
No.
No. The Houston Rockets, who, haven't really made too many moves this offseason. Let's see here. The Houston Rockets, you got the usual suspects, Dylan Brooks, you got Fred VanVleet, you got Jalen Green, another year older, you got Steven Adams didn't get to suit up for them last year, Jabari Smith, Alperen Şengün, They draft Reed Shepherd. I think we're probably still even though the Rockets had the Kings number last year, I think we feel like the Kings are a better overall team than the Houston Rockets. Right?
I'd agree.
Yes. Let's go up. Now we're in the play-in. The Golden State Warriors. Do we think the Kings are a better team as currently constructed pre-market and trade than the Golden State Warriors?
Yes.
I am absolutely saying yes. The Kings are a better team. Next, we have the Kings, obviously. The Kings are better this year than they were last year, so we'll just say yes. The Los Angeles Lakers. Do we think that the Lakers are a better team than the Sacramento Kings? Again, the Lakers did technically finish a game above the Kings last year.
But never beat the Kings.
Never beat the Kings, right. Which is interesting because you could say, if you beat them twice, then you're
I would say the problem with the Kings wasn't the Lakers, it's the other team. So I would say the Kings are better than the Lakers. They just couldn't take care of business against other teams.
I think so too. Yeah, absolutely. We got to do it. Here's the New Orleans Pelicans.
Yes,
number
they're
7.
better.
Who's better? The Kings are
the
better.
Pelicans.
Okay, cool. I mean, we can't. We can't. We cannot.
Well, it's the same thing we just did with the Lakers.
Yeah, we just can't. Yeah, that's true.
You
Actually,
know?
thank you. Yeah, you made it easy.
I mean, the way you said it, I actually was kind of hung up on the Rockets.
I mean, I think it's an interesting conversation for sure. I mean, the Rockets killed them last year. And there was really no even when Alperen Şengün got hurt, remember they still ended up beating the Kings at home. So I mean that's definitely is something to think about, and a lot of people think the Rockets are going to be a lot better this year as well. Let's see, Phoenix Suns, Mr. Draper's team, the team that started it all in terms of this conversation. Do we think the Phoenix Suns is currently constructed? Yes, you mentioned they add Tyus Jones, they lose Eric Gordon though, who was a good veteran for them. You have Grayson Allen having a career year last year in terms of his shooting. Do we think that the Phoenix Suns, with their big three of Kevin Durant, Bradley Beal, Devin Booker, throw Nurkic in there too, do we think them now with Mike Budenholzer as their head coach, Do we feel like the Kings are a better team than the Phoenix Suns?
So right now we have one team on the list, on each of our lists.
Yes, we have one team.
All we have is the Pelicans.
Yes, all we have is the Pelicans, exactly.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to agree on this, but I feel like I know that you're not that high on the Suns.
Yeah.
But I'm going to say the Suns are better.
I think that the Kings are a better team than the Suns. I think the Suns have their three, which is great. I just don't think that they have any depth at all. And I think we maybe you could argue another year under their belt, they'll be a little bit more cohesive of a unit. But I just kind of feel like that team has all the talent, but no, like they're a 2K team, but they're not built really. I just think that they're built for a previous NBA. I think a long time ago, 10 years ago, they could have dominated. I just think there's too much overall depth in the league these days for anyone to be afraid of Damian Lee and Nasir Little. You got Monty Morris coming off the bench. Like I just don't think their bench is good enough. The Kings, they do have some depth. No? They still have Josh Okogie. Yeah, he had a bit of a down year last year, but is still a young player that I think they're pretty high on. I'm going to put the Kings. I think they're probably in the same tier, but I think the Kings with DeRozan, I give them personally a leg up.
Okay, so I have two. You still only have one.
I still only have one. Next, we're moving on to the Dallas Mavericks. Do we think the Mavericks are a better team than the Kings? We're saying confidently as well.
Yeah, I do.
I do too, man. I really do too. And I'm not, I know people will, this is where people start yelling at the radio and say, we're crazy. But, they got really hot last year. And, I just don't know if they're necessarily actually that good of a team, They're definitely a really, really solid team. Definitely a top 5, top 6 team in the league right now, or in the West right now. But, PJ Washington got really hot at the right time. Derek Jones Jr. got really hot in the playoffs at the right time. Exactly. And they
did add Clay.
They get Clay and Najee and all that stuff. I think, again, they're probably at the same tier. I will not say confidently, so I will give Dallas this spot, actually. I will give Dallas this spot. I feel like I talked myself into it.
So now you have 2.
I have 2. Yep.
And I have 3.
Yes. Okay. I have yes. I have the Pelicans and the Mavericks. You have Pelicans, Suns, and Mavericks.
Mm-hmm.
Next, we move on to the Clippers, who lost Paul George. I think we both feel like the Kings are a better team than the Clippers, yeah?
Yes.
Cool. Quick one, move on. This is where things get really tough. We're now in the top 3 of the Western Conference. You have 3 teams currently better than the Kings. I have 2. The Minnesota Timberwolves, adding Rob Dillingham pretty much is the big move. They lose Kyle Anderson as well. They lose Jordan McLaughlin as well, of course. Do we think that the Kings confidently are a better team than the Wolves? I won't say confidently, definitely not. Yeah, I mean, Anthony Edwards is going to be a year better. I just think that the Kings can't confidently say that. The Nuggets, how are we feeling about the Nuggets these days? No KCP in the building. They're relying a lot more on Peyton Watson and Christian Browns of the world.
You want to give them that benefit of the doubt
right now.
Right. And I saw on Legion Hoops somebody say they're starting to fear that Jamal Murray will never be an all-star. Fear.
Yeah.
I don't. How is he going to?
How is it happening?
Yeah. You don't play more the older you get. So I don't know how that would happen. I want to give them the benefit of the doubt. This is a really tough one, Chris, because I'm not high on the Nuggets.
Yeah.
But it's confidently.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to give the nod to the Nuggets. I'm at 5. Nuggets are better than the Kings.
I'm really thinking about giving it to the Kings. I can't lie. I think that this is another team that is gotten worse, and I don't really see like how they're keeping up with the Joneses here, really. Like Jokic, of course, is going to be the thing that kind of raises all boats.
Terrible offseason so far.
I think, terrible. Like one of the worst off seasons. I think you can definitely make that argument. Just because I can't say it confidently, I'll say no, but I do kind of think it. I will not be surprised at all. And I think by the start of the season, I will have more confidence in the Kings to be better than Denver, but I'll give Denver the benefit of the doubt right now. And we can keep it pushing on to number 1, the OKC Thunder. I just think OKC, I don't think you're going to get any arguments from anyone.
Which is so funny going into the playoffs that OKC was supposed to be the weak. everybody said everybody wants
everyone
OKC.
wants to line up for him, right?
Yeah, and all they add Hartenstein, they add Caruso, so
Chet's another year older after a fantastic rookie year.
Yeah, and
imagine what that's going to look like.
And that is why when you look at how people view what the Kings should do philosophy-wise, I think that's why my philosophy is what it is. If you're looking at 6 teams, and this is my list, if you're looking at the Kings having 6 teams better than them, I just don't know what we're talking about.
Well, I mean, just because you think that they're going to, not saying you, like your thoughts are wrong, but just because you might have them. Yes. But even if they are on paper better than them, that does not mean, you still got to roll the balls out and crazy things happen. I mean, people get injured. We didn't talk a lot about specifically, how are these teams, which teams are best positioned to kind of go through the regular season. Of course, I think like a team like OKC is definitely now more so built to have injuries to, Lou Dort and maybe Jalen Williams with Caruso being there, with Hartenstein being there. Maybe now they can survive if Chet Holmgren has to miss some time. Whereas, like a team like Dallas might not be able to afford Kyrie missing 10, 15 games. And I think, again, that's the one thing that I feel most confident about the Kings and why I feel so positive is there's so many fail-safes, man. Like, if De'Aaron doesn't have it, you have DeRozan there. You have Malik there. You still have Sabonis there. Who knows? Keegan Murray, we don't really, he had that 47-point game, but he didn't have a ton, of course, the play-in game as well went crazy, but he didn't have a lot of, oh my gosh, Keegan Murray's our primary scoring option tonight. Maybe in year 3, that's something he kind of develops. Not every night, but if he can give us 5 of those nights, that's 2 to 3 more than he gave us last year. So I just think that the Kings have, and of course we're really close to the situation, so there's a bit of bias on my end, but I just think the Kings are really well positioned at the top end to have a lot of room for error, where last year, I mean, if Fox and Sabonis didn't have it, they were cooked.
Right. Another way to say what you're saying, Chris, is that essentially the Kings raised their floor.
Yes.
Right.
Yes,
maybe their ceiling didn't go from 4 to 1,
right,
but their floor went from 9, 10 to more so
I think like 7 to 3.
7 to 5 for the floor.
Sure. Oh,
even if the ceiling didn't get to 2, 1 on paper.
Yes, on paper.
On paper.
That's key.
Coming up next, we get into the Major League Baseball trade deadline, what the Giants did and didn't do. We hear from one Farhan Zaidi, the Moneyball merchant, and we break down what happened last night in the last edition of the Bay Bridge Series. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
What's the missing piece for the 49ers?
Which names will they add during free agency? Whether it's in season or off season, the coverage never stops. Get the latest 49ers news on Sactown Sports at SactownSports.com.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
I can't believe tax season is here already. Look at all this info I have to enter.
Phil's small accounting firm is growing in numbers.
Why didn't I take that typing class in high school?
A data entry specialist could really help him in a crunch.
I got blisters on my fingers.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hear that? The soothing sounds of a bubble bath. And if you were here, you'd smell a single cedar leaf candle. But you're not here. Because your self-care happens out on the road, riding your motorcycle protected by Progressive. So if you ride, get back on the road and enjoy 24/7 roadside assistance from Progressive, America's #1 motorcycle insurer. And then take a shower, because it's fast, like your motorcycle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Roadside assistance may require comprehensive coverage, not available in all states.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real. And I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can easily find coverage options that fit your budget. If only it was that easy to name your baby.
How about Jaden?
Nope.
Okay. Michael?
Went to middle school with a glue-eating Michael.
Sebastian?
Dated one in college.
How about Damien?
Vampire name.
All right. Greg?
Not feeling it.
Okay. No worries. No worries. Jeffrey?
Oh, love that one.
Wait, really?
No.
Find coverage options that fit your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law. Not available in all states.
At Lowe's, save big every day. Right now, get a free pneumatic nailer when you buy a pallet of Metabo HPT nails. Plus, save an extra 5% every day on eligible purchases when you use your Lowe's business credit card. Because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details. 5% offer. Subject to credit approval. Exclusions and terms apply. See store at Lowe's.com/credit for details.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for American Energy Heating and Air with a question. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system and you were a bit surprised at how much it cost? Or did something seem off about their quote? Because at American Energy, they take pride in giving you honest, straightforward solutions to get that system up and running. Have their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion. It's free. You got nothing to lose but some dollars off of that original quote. They're making the uncomfortable comfortable. They've been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. That's why they keep having customers coming back for more and more and more. You can call them and set that appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Sactown Sports.
Check us out on YouTube. Search Sactown Sports and subscribe.
We will get into this Brett Seagull article in the 11 o'clock hour. Also want to break down the Niners and more players on the top 100. But we will tie a bow on the Major League Baseball trade deadline, and Farhan Zaidi had a press conference prior to the Giants getting their butt kicked by the Oakland A's with multiple home runs. You had a home run from Lawrence Butler, who seems to get a hit unless I pick him on my daily fantasy. Brent Rooker, my guy Brent Rooker, who they did not make available in trade conversations. Daz Cameron, outstanding name, by the way, hit a dinger as well. And J.J. Bleday. Can I just say, these names are so much better than the Giants player names. Yeah. I mean, Brent Rooker, Shea Langoliers, Daz Cameron, J.J. Bleday, Zach Geloff.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I mean, they're just great names. Lawrence Butler, really.
Even Mason Miller.
Mason Miller.
Yeah, come on.
They're just better names. Better names. The Giants
Come
got
on,
Yastrzemski.
Farhan. Come on.
Speaking,
That's just a legacy name.
that's
honestly.
a legacy name.
Yeah.
It's a legacy name. Speaking of, Farhan defends what they did at the trade deadline. This is what he's had to say. In part, it was a bit of a long press conference, and then they went out and got their butts kicked.
You talked about the best rotation in baseball. What about the offense, which has been very inconsistent? Why not bring in a big-time hitter to help support that rotation?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you'd like to have the best rotation in baseball and the best offense in baseball, but that's, I guess, something to aspire to.
Nate, actually, can you just stop that right there? Because I hate that so much. Because what it is don't patronize us, okay? The question that was asked was, hey, you are talking so much about you have the best, and by the way, Robbie Ray got tatted up yesterday, okay, by the A's. The question that was asked was, hey, did you feel like you wanted to make the offense better as well? All right, because you're talking so much about the pitching rotation.
Right.
And he says, oh, well, of course we like to have the best pitching and the best hitting. No, we're not asking for that. We're asking to have competent hitters that are under the age of 35.
Right.
That's older than me. That's older than me.
You still got a chance, my
I
man.
just
Still got a
all
chance.
right, Nate. You can get back to it.
Or two. Again, I kind of mentioned this before. I think for us, the upside that we saw was giving at bats and opportunities to some of our own guys. There are always certain group of players out there in the trade deadline. There are players that I think were rumored out there that wound up not getting traded. A lot of those guys. So, some of it is just really hypothetical and not really a function of availability. So you've got to kind of make decisions based on, what's real and what's attainable. And, like I said, seeing the success of some of our other young players to kind of continue in that direction and try to give them the opportunity to build on that momentum. And again, I think that's what fans want to see. It's what we want to see. We want to see these guys who are going to be here for a long time get opportunities and hit their stride. And I don't, from an organization standpoint, from a fan standpoint, I don't think anything, gets people more excited than that. And again, for us, bringing in a guy like Mark Canha, who I think is going to be huge for our clubhouse and just the functionality of our roster, you're hoping those are complementary to, homegrown players, young guys who are really doing the heavy lifting. And so that's kind of the vision we hope to see.
So now all of a sudden, this is about cultivating the young talent.
Yeah.
So, but what are you attempting to do? And there's more audio. It's just not as good, so we're not going to play it. He says, "Oh, we have a different roster now, but we always felt like we could make the playoffs." Name me a team, Chris, that is that doesn't have a bunch of not like the Blue Jays, where these guys were all top prospects and they've shown that they can do things in this league for a longer period of time, and it didn't even work out for the Blue Jays.
Astros, maybe.
The Astros, which took 20 years,
they
right?
Suck for a very
they
long
stunk
time.
for a long time, Chris.
Yeah,
and they had trash cans, okay?
Good point. Solid.
So you're cultivating the young talent.
Yep.
But you're still attempting to make the playoffs, but you're bringing in a 35-year-old Mark Canha.
Yeah.
I don't. What is he actually? What did I just listen to?
Yeah, and I was super confused as well by the. This is what all fans want, is to see young guys play. Well, yeah, like when you're building.
That's
something,
right,
but
that's
you don't just want to see young guys for the sake of seeing young guys. I mean, and like it's a bit strange to me, because if the plan was, or I guess if he's trying to frame it as if, yeah, playing the young guys, this is the best. Like, why couldn't you have done that from the start? Why spend all the money on Chapman?
Right, and why not sell Snell?
Just doesn't make sense
to get more young talent. Because what's going to happen? He's gonna walk.
Yeah,
he's gonna walk. He keeps pitching the way he's pitching.
If he keeps throwing 15 Ks per game, he's gonzo. He is Peter Gonzo right there. And yeah, I mean, I wonder the same thing about Chapman too. It feels like it's he's moving the goalpost a bit. It feels like he's now trying to act like this was the plan all along, and we're excited about our young guy. Hogwash. I just don't think that that's true. And I mean, to me, it feels like, what's more exciting than bringing in a bunch of young guys who can potentially grind their way into being an MLB player or maybe an MLB star is going and getting the MLB stars.
Yeah.
And I know that they've attempted to do so, but I just feel like he's trying to sell us what's most convenient for him. And of course, he's a GM. He's got to sell the fan base that he's not failing catastrophically. Like it is absolutely terrible. I mean, I this is definitely more in your wheelhouse, but even from a casual standpoint, I just don't see how you can sell this as, yes, this is the best move for us to potentially. He's still selling it as a this year thing.
That's right.
This is not about the future. This is about this season. This is giving us the best opportunity to win.
But they're going to be here for a long time. Well, Farhan, I don't think that you are going to be here for a long time. And basically, the whole thing about the Soler thing, who is leading off for the Braves today, by the way, and I can't wait for him to hit I know he's going to hit a home run. I mean, we know that, right? And he's playing right. And he's playing right field, so he's not even DHing. He's playing right. Yes, yes, he's playing right field for him.
Wow.
And the whole thing is, they freed up some money. Blah 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 blah. They were in the top 10 for payroll. And since when, I mean, this is how down bad the Giants fans are. Since when do we care about them using money? There's no second apron in Major League Baseball. There's no boogeyman that you have to be worried about. Okay, so I don't want to hear it with this. Everybody is sick of it. All right. The A's will probably blast them again tonight. Okay. And
what about their easy schedule, though?
That's A's got word that it was supposed to be an easy schedule, and they didn't want to be disrespected. From the 916, hey, don't forget about Abraham Toro, another great name.
That is a really good name.
Another strong name
solid
for the A's. So we will see what happens with the Giants, as a lot of teams bought or sold, and the Giants, as Whitey predicted, kind of did neither. Because when Whitey initially said that, I didn't really know what he meant.
Yeah, I was like, how is one going to do that? How
and
do
then
you
they
actually
did.
Execute it?
And then they actually did.
Found a way.
Coming up next, more Niners in the top 100, but is one fan favorite ranked just a little bit too high? Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
The NFL's leading rusher plays here.
The handoff to McCaffrey, walks in the end zone. Handoff to McCaffrey, takes it right out of the goal line. He does his thing again. McCaffrey goes in motion right. Backwards pass led by Juszczyk. A block there. Hurdles a man. 10-5. Touchdown! CMC!
You can hear all of Christian McCaffrey's touchdowns on your home for 49ers football. Sactown Sports.
I would end the day with sore feet, sore legs. The drugstore inserts that I was purchasing were really not very useful at all. I walked into the Good Feet store and the guy kind of grinned at me and said, I hear that a lot. I was living with chronic pain before going to the Good Feet store. Now I don't really have that problem. I'm able to do the things that I expect to be able to do, even at my advanced age. I feel pretty good about what's going on.
The Good Feet Store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 18 years of age and older that are residents of California and who reside in one of the 6 counties that make up the Sacramento metro area, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win, unless the station otherwise specifies in its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 30 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. For a copy of the general contest rules, visit khtk.com.
Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Sep Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is. Live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Sep Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Sep's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Saturdays on Sactown Sports 1140.
Sacramento, Dirks Bentley's coming to town. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Farmerly, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com. Brought to you by The Scoundrel Red Wine, Naturewood Home Furnishings, and Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers.
KHTKAM HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports.
Sactown Sports.
Call or text at 916. We
About to get into some Sacramento Kings here in about 15 minutes, but the Niners are showing up even more on the NFL's top 100 list. Real quick, we're talking Giants in the last segment from the 916. Screw the Giants. I hope the A's sweep and end their season. They silently played a role in Oakland A's leaving the Bay, so bleep the Giants straight to heck with their boring bleep franchise. That's from the 916. And a lot of people feel like that as well. Not the first time I've seen a text like that. Shout out to the 916. How you feel is how you feel. From the 831, I'm sorry, but Farhan got to go. From Trey. I will say this, and I'm not trying to be that guy, but when you watch the video, as we just played the audio, that little smirk, it just feels like he's so you should not be comfortable. You should not be comfortable. I don't get it. It's not to say that they're not going to move on from him,
right?
But it's just a little smirk. Somebody had a screenshot of him, and what is it? Is it King of Queens? Remember that meme? Yeah. Just like Move Solaire, and it's just a picture of him. I'm just. I feel. Is he having fun?
No, I definitely feel that. You want to feel like he feels the sense of urgency.
Yes.
Right? Like he feels like his job's on the line. Like he's like GMing for his life. And
it does not feel like that.
Definitely understand why you would be very, very frustrated by smirks and feeling like, like I'm you guys don't understand what's actually going on here. And it's like, no, we definitely do. You've seen, you've watched. And I think it is. It's definitely a bit insulting.
So I have no ill will towards the guy. I don't know the guy, but he had a couple good years with the Dodgers where they actually did not win. And you can make the argument by the time they did win, a lot of what he had done was already gone. Okay. And he gets this long runway and he's done absolutely nothing. He's done absolutely nothing. Now, somebody that's definitely done more than nothing in his career is George Kittle. So far on the NFL top 100 list, Dre Greenlaw at 76, Brandon Aiyuk at 66, Deebo Samuel at 30th, Brock at 28, Nick Bosa at 27. Coming out today, Chris and Nate, George Kittle at 14, and Fred Warner at 11. Too high, too low, just right.
Fred's right. Fred's right in the ballpark.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, that's tough to argue. Best middle linebacker, pretty important position, probably like the fourth or fifth most important position. So, like, best player at that position, right? That kind of makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Kittle, I think that just goes to say that the players really respect what he does on the field when it comes to, like, I'm just trying to make an argument for why he's here.
Right.
Because you look at the stats and you go, what? That doesn't make sense, like, receiving wise. I mean, he had the Triple Crown against Dallas and stuff like that, but I think I know you hate to hear this, but like the blocking, like that's why they think.
I was just waiting for it.
Yeah, I mean, what other cases are there to make? Like, why?
He did have the most. He did have the most yards, the most receiving yards from out of all tight ends in this past season.
I think he only missed a couple games too.
Yeah,
right.
I think he played 15 last year. Could be wrong.
He only had like 2 or 3 really big games though last year, if I'm not mistaken. Like it felt like he had because remember he had those 2 straight weeks, if I'm not mistaken, where he had like the first drive of the second half, he had like a 60-70 yard touchdown in 2 straight games, which from my memory really helped boost a lot of his numbers from last year because he was pretty, I don't want to say mediocre, but in terms of Kittle standard, it felt like it was a pretty ho-hum year in
Yeah.
terms of what he normally produces.
He had the most yards, and he tied for second most touchdowns with Sam Laporta just blew everybody out of the water.
Yeah, yeah. And that's fine. 14, you're going to I know this is what you want from me. 14 is high.
That's
so
all I
think maybe even like 25 might be a little high. So I think maybe he belongs in the 30s.
Where was Travis Kelce in this?
I don't think he's been revealed.
Okay,
yet.
so he's
the top
10.
10's left. So we still have, I think, players left are like Mahomes, Kelce, McCaffrey, Trent Williams, Lamar is going to be in there.
If
Right.
Travis Kelce
A lot of
hasn't been
quarterbacks.
announced yet, I have less of a problem.
Yeah.
with Kittle at 14.
So this list, I mean, if you want to throw the whole list out, Aaron Rodgers was 91, 92, played 4 snaps.
Mm-hmm.
So that doesn't make any sense. This list is supposed to be, from what I understand, the previous season ranking the best players. So that doesn't really make sense to me at all. So if you want, it just doesn't matter at 14, if that makes you feel better, Alan, because I know how much.
Well, it's just kind of crazy. I mean, if I can just for a second do my thing, like Justin Jefferson's number 18. What are we talking?
Whoa.
Like, what are we actually talking
I didn't see that.
Yes. That whole. So we can definitely just throw out the list in total after that. I mean, that's kind of how because,
18?
Make it make sense.
How many games did he miss last year?
He missed a good handful of them, but he definitely, it should not have brought him as far down as it is. Yeah, he's at 18, just ahead of Roquan Smith and CJ Stroud, behind Dak Prescott and Micah Parsons.
Yeah.
So Dak was 19?
Yes.
Let's chill
No,
out.
Dak was 16.
Oh, my goodness.
Dak was 16, Micah 17.
Didn't even make my list.
Yeah, pretty crazy.
You got text by our boss yesterday saying
and he didn't respond.
Trash.
I thought we were going to argue. He didn't respond, and he didn't say trash.
I'm glad you didn't argue because I would have muted.
You checked the voting on Instagram though.
It felt like it was stacked. It felt like Nate definitely sent a group message out there to say, "Hey, go
please,
vote
everybody.
Please go vote for my
me.
list, please."
Well, Fred Warner comes in at 11th. No qualms there.
Not really. I mean, it does seem a little bit high, but like Nate said, Fred Warner is the best player at his position by far, and I think it's a little bit interesting that he is so much higher than some of his other teammates. You have Debo at 30, you have Brock at 28, you have Bosa at 27. Like, I don't know if again, it's not a perfect science, but I don't know if it feels like the gap between Bosa and Warner as a player is really that big. I probably would have. It feels like Bosa probably should have been higher, and he did have the contract negotiations last year, and he did kind of get off to a pretty slow start, so maybe that's playing a factor there. But I think 11 for Warner is about right. I mean, again, he is the best linebacker in the NFL, and he can do pretty much everything out there. And I think with this year, with Greenlaw being out, he's only going to be asked to do more and have a heavier weight on his shoulder. So I don't really have a problem with it. Definitely not as much as our boy Curious George at number 14. That is egregious to me.
Where do you want him, Chris? Where would you put him?
I would have to see where, if Sam Laporta is in the top 10, I'll have to see if that might make me feel a little bit better. I don't know.
He's not been revealed yet.
I don't believe he's been revealed. Maybe he has,
that's
but
crazy.
He shouldn't be top 10. So I would hope that he's been revealed. I just haven't seen it yet.
80.
He's number 80. Yeah. What are we?
80.
What are we?
Well, he's a
talking
touchdown
about?
merchant.
I think he's the second best.
A
tight end
touchdown
today.
merchant.
I think I mean, I think Kittle is. It's also tough because Kittle is kind of a victim of his circumstances as well. Like it is a bit like the Aiyuk conversation of, well, if the Niners didn't have Debo and didn't have McCaffrey and didn't have Aiyuk, how much better would Kittle, like Nate said, was still second in receiving yards for tight ends last year.
Kittle's a blocking merchant. How about that? Everyone hides behind his blocking.
Yeah. I just wonder, and it's more just I don't know if Kittle is still that player.
Yeah.
That's the part that I have to still see. He's obviously always been at worst the top 3, top 5 tight end, but after kind of, again, even though the numbers might not reflect it perfectly, I feel like he took a small step back last year. I don't, now that he's on the wrong side of 30, I don't know if that's going to continue to be the trend or if it was just kind of hey, we fed Brandon Aiyuk a lot of those touches that maybe Kittle would traditionally get. So, it sounds too high to me after the season he had.
So right now, like we said, we read off 7 players. There's 2 more that remain, we're assuming, in Christian McCaffrey and Trent Williams. That would
Trent
be
Williams too. Yeah, I forgot about
that. Would be 9 on the top 100 list.
Oof.
And I would have to assume that as long as the NFL has been doing these lists, 9 feels like the record.
I'm trying to count how many. So they have Warner. I mean, that's even 6 in the top 30.
Yeah.
I mean, you have Debo, you have Brock, you have Bosa, you've got Warner, Kittle, McCaffrey, and Williams. Actually, that's 7 in the top 30. I mean, there's no way. I mean, that's dang near a third of the list right there. I mean, that's
right.
There's no way. I mean, there's no way that's ever happened before for that list.
I guess Shanahan, I don't want to say get a pass, and we've been
we don't give him passes.
We've been talking about Shanahan a decent bit, but does he get, I guess, a pass in a way as far as he's coaching the best roster because of his position and how, yes, there's John Lynch, but everybody knows that Shanahan has a part of creating the roster. So it's not as if this random coach has all these good players and he can't win the big one. Mm. Do we look at Shanahan differently because he's helped to construct the team in a way?
I don't really factor that at all.
Because I don't know that you should.
I mean, maybe you should give him more credit, I guess.
Right.
Because he's not just the coach. He's also being a talent evaluator as well. But, I do think that sometimes those two can be in contradictory with each other, right? Like sometimes you have decisions that a coach has to make that a GM doesn't. Sometimes a GM thinks more forward thinking versus a coach thinking more right here, right now. I think Shanahan's done about as good as you can in balancing that. But, if you're going to try and nitpick and figure out why you haven't won, maybe there is an answer buried within there that, I know John Lynch has to have some sort of input in the roster, but from what we understand, it is pretty much Kyle's decision-making. Maybe he does deserve a little bit more credit, but there's also possibility that he is kind of sabotaged himself possibly in some ways by not thinking a little bit more forward or maybe even thinking a little bit too present. So, I can't think of a specific example, but definitely I would just say in general, he probably should get more credit for that.
Yeah. And, you put the team on field and you could even say cultivating talent, right? And becoming who they are once they join the Niners organization. Coming up next, we get into this Brett Seagull article of clutch points. We will have Brett on at 12, but we're going to give the initial breakdown of what was said. And if you, Sacramento Kings fans, want Robert Williams III from the Blazers, but at what cost? Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
Our first year as the radio home of the San Francisco 49ers is one we will never forget.
Going deep down the sideline for Aiyuk. He's got it, and he's gone. 10, 5, touchdown! San Francisco! Aiyuk is on fire!
Congratulations to the 49ers on a terrific year. And thank you for so many wonderful memories.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
Gotta change my oil.
How about Valvoline Restore and Protect? It restores and protects your engine to run like new.
Get in the zone.
It restores your engine to factory clean?
And protects.
Get in the zone.
So Valvoline Restore and Protect restores and protects.
Now you can get 5 quarts with an STP extended life oil filter for $37.99.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
and vocal. Live and vocal. This is Sactown Sports.
Brett Seagull in 45 minutes, and the Team USA basketball team tips off in 45 minutes as they take on South Sudan. I have a feeling, Chris, it might go a bit differently than it did last time.
Oh,
but
you think Sudan's going to win?
Not quite. Oh. I think Team USA is going to make this a statement game, as Brett Seagull made a statement in his article that came out earlier this week and says the Kings have interest in Robert Williams III. It goes on to say, in the Western Conference, the Sacramento Kings are another team that has registered interest in Williams, sources said. The 6'9" center would provide immediate rebounding and defensive depth in the front court behind Domantas Sabonis. Sacramento ranked 14th in defensive rating and 13th in opponents' points in the paint during the 2023-2024 season. Two areas that Williams would immediately provide a boost in. You know, when we talked about this crosstalk with Jason Ross, I think he made some good points, because there's something to be said about wanting to have a different philosophy and a different look. It's another thing to actually go through with it. And you might think you want something, but are you willing to go all in? And Jason was essentially saying, yeah, they can bring Robert Williams in. And I was worried about Robert Williams playing as far as the injuries. And Jason was more so worried about, do you think the Kings will actually play him? Because he is a bit different than what the Kings are used to. And Jason even said you could even play Alex Len Moore, which we've had a lot of calls about that as well. Where are you at, Chris, with acquiring Robert Williams, of course, depending on what it would cost?
I'm all for it. I mean, I would imagine it's not going to cost you much with him, being on a crappy Blazer team. Like, I don't think that they're going to ask for the moon. They don't really need anything specific. They'll just take assets back because, like Jason mentioned this morning, they have Donovan Clingan, they have DeAndre Ayton, they just trade for Denny Advia. They have a lot of minutes in which they kind of need to already allocate. So you could argue that Robert Williams is just a complete afterthought for them. I think that it's really an incredibly low risk move for me. I mean, you're going to bring him in. You already kind of know he's injury prone, so you probably aren't going to play him heavy minutes, even though that hasn't really been a factor. Like he really has only played over 20 minutes twice in his 6-year career so far. And, in
a game?
No, for a season. Like, yes, averaging minutes. Yes. He hasn't averaged over 20 minutes per game in a season. Only twice he's done it.
I mean, that's still
and
crazy.
He's still been hurt every single year. So I don't think that that's really something that's going to come as a surprise to them. And I think that, again, is going to help his value. I think it's a good bet to make. He's been a top 10 in defensive player of the year voting before. He was with very successful Celtics teams, so you know that you can win with him on the floor. He's a winning type of player. He is a really excellent rim protector if his knees still are what they were remotely before the injuries. I think it's just a really good bet. And I don't really have concerns about him playing over Alex Len. I think he's a better player than Alex Len. So I wouldn't really have those same concerns that Jason has. I think it's an absolute no-brainer. And I don't see why the Kings wouldn't do it, especially if it's only going to cost them. I really don't even know what it would cost them.
Yeah, what do you think it would cost?
I have no idea. Robert Williams makes $12 million this year, 13 the following. Like, I mean, is there a way? I got to look at the Blazers roster still, but I mean, could you maybe do a 2-for-1 and try and Matisse Thybulle's still on the roster? I think he's kind of somebody who's fell out of favor just across the league. Matisse makes $11 million though, so that's probably too much as well. I think you could. The Kings don't really have that $11 million salary. I'm trying to think. Kevin Huerter, we obviously know, makes around $16-17 million. They can maybe figure something out. That would be probably the toughest part, is to Bobby Portis this and to try and find, okay, how do we reach the number while also equaling in value? And I think that's going to be the tough part about this, is how the Kings kind of maneuver that. And again, we just don't even know what Robert Williams' value is at this point. So maybe we could do like Robert Williams and Chris Murray and get a nice little Murray reunion out here in Sacramento, as they didn't really utilize Chris all too much last season. I think a lot of Kings fans would be very, very down for that. And maybe I think Kevin Huerter is obviously the name that Kings fans still have out there on the trade block, that would be the one that I would look to maybe do that. But you also have to weigh, would you rather use Kevin Huerter in that trade, or would you rather use Kevin Huerter in these Cam Johnson, Kyle Kuzma, XYZ player trade instead of that?
Yeah, I'm looking here, Chris, and I'm very excited to talk to Brett Seagull because I have no clue how the Kings are going to do this. The one way that they could do this, which you just talked about, to me, based on Robert Williams and his inability to stay on the court, I can't give you Kevin Huerter. And I have not been high on Kevin Huerter at all, but I can't give you Kevin Huerter for crazy. Robert Williams, and I can't give you Trey Lyles for Robert Williams. So I'm looking at the roster and I don't know what we're talking about. I really don't know what we're talking. I have no clue how they would get it done. So I'm curious what the thought process is there. I don't know who on this. If you give up Kevin Huerter for Robert Williams, that's a problem to me.
Yeah.
Or it tells us that Kevin Huerter's market was terrible.
Yeah, I just don't believe that it's that bad. There's no way because that would just be, again, almost like the Davion and Sasha thing. It's just giving up on trying to get value out of it. And I know for a fact Kevin Huerter has some value around the league. And yeah, if you're just trading him straight up for Robert Williams, that just doesn't make sense because Kevin Huerter has actually played basketball games. Robert Williams has played over the past. So he played 61 games in the 21-22 season. He then plays 35 and then 6 last season. So he hasn't even played a combined half, or he has played a combined half season over the past 2 years. 41 games over 2 years is definitely not ideal at all, especially when we talk about with this Sacramento Kings team, they really can't afford to have their key pieces miss games like that. I mean, they had everyone healthy last year and they barely squeak into a play-in spot. And I know they should be a little bit better this year, but it just shows the importance of you can't give up random games. And I think with the in and out nature of Robert Williams being in and out of the lineup, and the more he plays, the more you feel like he's somebody you want to be able to rely on.
Right.
It's just a really, really tough push and pull. And if I'm the Kings, I try and figure out how we can just get him for pretty much nothing. I would honestly I think I would be okay with giving up Trey Lyles if it means getting him, because I do kind of think, like, with a guy like Trey.
You would do that?
Yeah, I don't see why not. Why would Trey Lyles be on your untouchable for this?
I just think that right now you still need wing depth and you still need forward depth, and you lose that if you move on. I know Robert Wood, really size wise, it's not terribly different, but Robert Williams is a center.
Yeah.
So you lose Trey Lyles for a guy who you don't even know how much he's going to play, and
Trey also makes less as well, so they would have.
You need to add more, right? And now you lose Trey, so you lose a forward. You're already thin because DeMar DeRozan is basically cosplaying a forward. So I don't. Trey Lyles and again, these are, maybe I'm just very low on Robert Williams,
I think,
right? Because I'm not moving Kevin Huerter, who I'm not high on, and I'm not moving Trey Lyles, who I haven't been as high on either. But I do think both of them on this team, I trust more. That I trust their ability to maybe be better more than I trust Robert Williams' ability to be healthy.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's very, very fair. And like, that's the risk that you have to be willing to take, is just, hey, we know that this guy is very, very injury prone. We just feel like this is a risk that's willing to make, because again, he's been on a lot of winning teams when he was in Boston. He's somebody who I think, when healthy, definitely impacts the defensive end of the ball, where the Kings need to make their most improvement. And it's kind of like, again, we can't scream and yell for the Kings to get rim protection, and then when they do get a potentially cheap option to be a rim protector, all of a sudden get scared about it. So it is, it's a push and pull of trying to figure that out.
But it's the knees.
It's scary. Again, yeah, it's definitely a risk, but if he's healthy, he's a guy who's been one of the best defenders in the NBA when healthy. Definitely big when healthy, but he's always averaged over a block per game. Last season, again, in 6 games.
But is he spelling Sabonis?
Yeah, I would think so. He can't. Yeah, he's definitely going to be the backup center if he's going to be anything, for sure. Yeah, and that's definitely a conversation too. Like Jason said this morning, why can't Alex Len be that guy? I think that's a perfectly fine question because we saw last year. You look at all the advanced numbers. Alex Len was great last year. You cannot say Alex Len did not perform better than what you probably expected, and definitely he outperformed his contract value. I think there definitely is a conversation to just say, well, how much better is Robert Williams, and how much are you willing to risk that Robert Williams will be that much better than Alex Len? I definitely think that's a very, very fair question. But again, the Kings are in a place where they're not desperate, but they are in a spot where you might have to take some risks if you want to not spend a lot and still make a jump to another level.
Coming up next, we get back into some football. Don't worry, we have Brett Seagull coming up at noon to really break this whole thing down and figure out what it is the Kings would give up for Robert Williams. Something tells me I'm not going to be happy about it. But coming up next, we get into the Madden top edge rushers, and then we break down another wide receiver getting their bag whose name isn't Brandon Aiyuk. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
Did you miss any part of our live local shows? Don't worry, you never have to miss them again. Check out SactownSports.com and search our podcast page and play our shows when you want. The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Plus, other podcasts like Return of the Empire, Return of the Roar, the Stingers Up podcast, and Golf to Go with Frank LaRosa.
They're all available right now on SactownSports.com.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America NA.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent. So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle.
Tide Free and Gentle has no dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on her skin.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle. This back-to-school season, Tide and Downy are giving back with $1.5 million in scholarships. Enter to win. No purchase necessary. US/DC 17+. End September 30th. Rules. Tide.com/scholarship/official rules.
Celebrate Sacramento Rivercats baseball during our 25th anniversary season. Pick your favorite weekly promotion, giveaway game, or theme night and join the fun at Sutter Health Park. Stick around post-game every Friday and Saturday night as we light up the sky with the brightest fireworks in town. For a full promotion schedule and to buy tickets, visit rivercats.com. We'll see you there.
Whitey here, reminding you that not all gas grills are created equal. Bring out all the delicious flavors in your grilled meats with the amazing Napoleon Prestige and Prestige Pro line of outdoor cookers. My Napoleon Stainless Steel Pro Series gas grill has turned me into a grilling pro with features other grills cannot match. They're built different, built better, built to last. Made with premium stainless steel that boasts quality and a lifetime warranty. I may never want to cook indoors again. Napoleon grills and accessories are now available at your nearby Amy's, Ace Hardware in Sacramento, and now El Dorado.
Jason Mraz and the Super Band live. The mystical, magical, rhythmical, radical ride. Friday, August 9th, the venue at Thunder Valley. Jason Mraz and the Super Band with special guest Molly Miller Trio. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Jason Mraz and the Super Band in concert. Pick up the new album, Mystical, Magical, Rhythmical, Radical Ride.
If you've been on the American River, it's uphill, it's downhill. There's trails everywhere that you can walk, and it just makes you happy. And I couldn't walk, and it was terrible. I was turning into a real crab. I went to the Good Feet store, and I tried on the arch supports. I could not believe that I was not in pain. I can walk, I can run, I can jump, I can do anything. My name's Terry, and that's my Good Feet story.
The Good Feet Store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
Sactown Sports.
Check us out on YouTube. Search Sactown Sports and subscribe.
Red alert, red alert. We have a dap up. Brandon Aiyuk. It's going around 49ers social media. Brandon Aiyuk at training camp and walked to the middle of the field and dapped up Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. I'm so sick of this.
Cool. That's awesome.
I'm so sick of
They're
this.
buddies.
Maybe was that a dap up? Hey, DJ Moore, 27 points. The more time you wait, the more money I make in his mind. That 26 mil, how is that looking now? Maybe a tad more disrespectful. Brett Seagull in 30 minutes to talk Kings and Robert Williams and what may or may not happen there. We are going to get into this DJ Moore deal. But first, we have Madden's top edge rushers as we continue to break down the different top 10s for the famous video game. Chris, are you ready for this?
Sure.
We have Trey Hendrickson at number 10. We have Alex Highsmith at number 9. Trey was an 89 overall. Alex Highsmith an 89 overall. Khalil Mack, still a 90 overall at number 8. DeMarcus Lawrence a 91 overall at number 7. Josh Hines Allen a 91 overall at number 6. Nick Bosa comes in at number 5, a 96 overall. Max Crosby comes in at a 97 overall at number 4. TJ Watt, number 3 at a 97 overall. Micah Parsons, number 2 at 98 overall. And Myles Garrett, number 1 at 98 overall. Any qualms with the list? Really, it's more about the top 5 than anything else.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't at all. I mean, maybe you can say Bosa, you have Bosa over Max Crosby. That could potentially be it. But like you said, I mean, even in the ratings, there's like a very clear tier difference of you have, 98 Garrett, 98 Parsons, 97 Watt, 97 Crosby, 96 Bosa, and then it goes 91 Hines Allen. You got Lawrence, you got Mack, you got all those guys at 90 and below. I would say that would be the only thing that I would maybe consider. But even then, funny enough, you can really use the Niner being stacked argument with every single one of their players. Hey, well, Max Crosby doesn't have the benefit of having Eric Armstead and Javon Hargrave next to him, so Crosby is getting all the attention. So, does that make him better? Does that make both? It can kind of get a bit of a spiral on that conversation, but that's really the only one that I would maybe have a problem with. Maybe you put TJ Watt on the same level as Micah Parsons. I think TJ Watt has honestly been right up with Myles Garrett, frankly, in terms of just dominance over the past couple of years. Besides that, I really don't have a problem with it. I think Micah is definitely deserving of that number 2 spot, too. I think that dude's a freak.
My big issue is just at number 1 with Myles Garrett. They let him use a weapon. He gets to swing that helmet around. So I think that
was
really
special.
That was a long time. He's a different guy.
It's like a game breaker.
Was that 2 seasons ago?
Yeah.
That was a long time
Maybe
ago.
3.
Bosa, he had the contract situation, and we know everything is not about sacks. But is Bosa getting is there a little bit of, at least with George Kittle, he had the most receiving yards. Is there a little bit of grandfathered inness happening with Nick Bosa?
Madden's always done that.
Yeah, for sure.
Madden for sure
About the names.
has always done that.
The other day, Derrick Henry was a 94.
Yes.
Not sure if he's still at that level.
Yeah, I mean, Madden's always done. What would you put him at, Alan? 75? That too high?
I'm not going to say I'm going to put him there, but it just felt like, okay, when you do look at the sacks and things like that, Bosa, it's the difference, I think, that Chris talked about, the difference between number 5 and number 6, and is it that big of a difference right now? Based on who Bosa has been, probably yes. Based on who he was last season, I don't know if that's necessarily the case. We have the text line chiming in, and somebody called right off the top. So a lot of people passionate about that. Yeah, with Josh Hines Allen at a 91 and Nick Bosa at a 96. That's really my question. Maybe he is number 5 because the top 5 are so much better than the bottom 5. From the 916, 49ers bandwagon, not Bosa. I don't know if they're saying that I'm a bandwagon fan or I'm a 49er fan and Bosa is not the best. You have the 279. Crosby, hands down, best on the list. He should be number one. The world going to find out this year.
Max Crosby is a monster. And I do feel like he's kind of not talked about enough because he really is very, very deserving of being that. What is he, 4?
And he's got a
3?
podcast.
He looks like a Raider. You look at that guy and you go,
he's got to be
He
a
looks like
Raider
a Raider. He looks like just in general a defensive lineman that you should be afraid
cigars.
Yeah.
Just crazy. Like,
yeah. I got no problem with it at all. He should definitely be. I mean, him and Devontae are the Raiders at this point.
Right. And if they had a quarterback who we've seen, the Raiders reports are not good. I saw more.
Terrible.
I saw more, Chris, obviously, because we
poor
talked
Antonio
about it.
Pierce, man.
Yeah, I saw more, and it's bad right now as far as the Raiders quarterback play. Right now, maybe it will improve. But yeah, Myles Garrett at number 1, we get it. Micah Parsons at number 2, we get it. Right. I mean, he talks a lot. He annoys me, but you know, the kid can play some football. And TJ Watt, of course, at number 3. I don't really have any problems with that, but yeah, I don't know, man. Micah, to me, just being on the Cowboys, I feel like you get unnecessary hate, but you also get unnecessary love.
And which do you think it is? Because Micah Parsons, let's not act like he was not a freaking monster in college, too. I mean, he was
he's
maybe
a stud.
Most insane defensive athlete I've ever seen in college.
No, he's a stud. And like I said, I'm, with the different, you had well, here you go. You have and again, this is not just based on last season, but you have TJ Watt, right? With the most, this is for 2023 defensive stats. TJ Watt was number 1 with the most sacks. Then it was Hendrickson, then Allen, then Mack, then Hunter, then Crosby at number 6, Garrett at number 7, Parsons at number 8, and you got to go all the way down, right? Again, to Nick Bosa at 20 with 10.5. But again, it's about more than just sacks. We get all that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's been one of the best players in the league, full stop, not even just on the defensive end of the ball. I mean, he's incredibly versatile too. I think that, like you said, that's kind of the thing. It's not just about sacks with him, even though last year, if I'm not mistaken, he did kind of move more primarily to edge rusher instead of kind of trying to be that versatile multi linebacker where he's rushing and doing your typical linebacker activities as well. But I think that just speaks to how ridiculously talented he is and how ridiculously, and frankly, in the NFL, especially, he's got a really good personality. And I think that does kind of play a factor into stuff like a Madden rating is popularity. Like, he's got the podcast on Bleacher Report. Him and CJ Stroud have done a whole summer tour of just being the new Robin Big out
that's
here.
What's annoying.
It's just crazy. He also he's the Draymond. This is what it is. He's the Draymond Green of the NFL in terms of content and in terms of off the floor, how I think not how the players view him, but I think in terms of his opinions, he's definitely become, I won't call him a pariah, but he's definitely polarizing for sure. Regardless of what you think of his play, I think a lot of people have just feelings on Micah Parsons because of the podcast. And then, like you said, you throw the Cowboys into it as well. That's a perfect souffle for hate, honestly.
Right. So not to take anything away from them, but yeah, I think what do you think defensive edges fall as far as the, I guess, fans? I mean, because like I said, we had a call earlier that was very passionate about the defensive edge conversation, and we have a couple texts coming in as far as positions that fans want to ride for. Obviously, it's quarterback.
Yeah, for sure.
Right? Does it go quarterback? I feel like it goes nowadays. It goes quarterback,
receiver,
and then D end.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, it's incredibly important. Like, it's the guy who can stop the quarterback. I mean, it's why you see so much money thrown into it. Is that's the position that can actively end the play, and on the other end, you got to pay the tackles the most because they're the ones who have to guard these elite athletes. And I think it's really just you get to show your athleticism so much too. You have these 6'6", 250, guys who look like Micah Parsons and Daniil Hunter, who's a freaking monster. Like, I think it's just the positions in which you really get to display the most athleticism is definitely receiver, to your point. And I think edge rusher is probably right there in terms of just the athletic freaks that are out there. Those are probably the two positions nowadays where you put your best athletes.
Yeah, and I do think it's fun. And like we said, Carmichael Dave, we'll see if he actually got us any souvenirs from overseas. But I do think it's fun that the Niners and Raiders have another conversation they could have with
sure.
Bosa and Crosby. And apparently Devontae Adams and Brandon Aiyuk is a conversation as well. Speaking of Brandon Aiyuk, okay, he dabs up one John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan right after DJ Moore gets his bag. But we have reports, guys. It's time for our first training camp report of Slick Rick making the best catch of Niners training camp so far. We have that detailed breakdown when we return. And we discuss what DJ's Moore deal has to do with Brandon Aiyuk. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
Kevin Herter plays here.
It's Herter. He's been hot. He fires. He's still hot. Kevin Herter from downtown has a 15-point first quarter.
Sactown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave inviting you to make the switch to electric this spring and save big with American Energy. Stay ahead of the spiking energy bills this summer with up to $9,000 in rebates on a new ultra-high efficiency comfort system. American Energy is providing huge rebates from SMUD as well as spring specials by installing one of many incredibly efficient AC options available to you right now. Get rid of those fluctuating gas bills in the winter and switch to year-round all-electric with American Energy. Let them perform a free in-home energy efficiency analysis and see where they can help you save for the warmer months ahead. These guys are the best. Been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A+ from the Better Business Bureau. Learn more by calling 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
At Lowe's, save big every day. Right now, get a free pneumatic nailer when you buy a pallet of Metabo HPT nails. Plus, save an extra 5% every day on eligible purchases when you use your Lowe's business credit card. Because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Selection varies by location while supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details. 5% offer subject to credit approval. Exclusions and terms apply. See store lowes.com/credit for details.
Last year's RV trip, we met a couple with the same bumper sticker. What are the odds?
Your cousin isn't a good storyteller.
He was a podiatrist, or was it a pharmacist? Huh, you don't say. Oh, I can't remember.
But she owns an RV protected by Progressive, and you don't. So until you get your own RV, her stories are the most interesting stories you've ever heard.
Wow, interesting.
And when you do get your own RV, save money by bundling it with your home, auto, or other vehicles with Progressive.
Oh, anesthesiologist. He was an anesthesiologist.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Sacramento, Dirks Bentley's coming to town. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Farmally, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com. Brought to you by The Scoundrel Red Wine, Naturewood Home Furnishings, and Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers.
Lead generation is one of the most important aspects of any marketing campaign. Let us help you identify your target audience and market your products or services to them. Go to aimyourdigital.com today. aimyourdigital.com.
Upper 70-degree day in Atlanta. Swing and a try, hammered down the line. Soler, a missile for a leadoff homer.
Did I call it or what?
I think he's getting the hang of this leadoff thing, Jeff.
Yes, he is.
He got plenty of practice with the San Francisco Giants. Jorge Soler, first at bat back with the Braves, hits a leadoff home run. Soler power. I got the tweet right here.
I'm feeling the way. You definitely feeling away. 3. My goodness.
I knew it. Well, good for him. He feels comfortable, maybe because he's not worried about getting shipped off after you gave him the bag. Speaking of bags, DJ Moore, 4 years, $110 million, Chris. Brett Seagull joins us at 12 and 15 minutes, by the way. DJ Moore, 4 years, $110 million. That's $27.5 million a year. What does this do to Brandon Aiyuk's situation?
Man, I'll tell you what, it definitely raises the floor as we talk about, the Kings getting their floor risen from DeMar. It definitely feels like this definitely makes it really tough to have, I think, any sort of negotiation with Aiyuk with like you said earlier, the initial reports being that 49ers offer to Aiyuk was in the $26 million range. Mm-hmm. If DJ Moore is getting 27.5, I think that has to be from the Aiyuk side where they start. I mean, it has to be 28, which is where the number they were already wanting. And maybe they kind of already knew that this was going to be the market, which is maybe why they asked for 28 initially. This is actually the first positive step in Brandon Aiyuk getting any form of leverage, Alan. Congratulations. We could timestamp it. Right. Brandon Aiyuk officially has a little bit of leverage, and that actually is the market value. The problem is I think the Niners just don't – I don't think the reason why the Niners didn't want to pay Aiyuk wasn't because they didn't feel like it was value. I think it's just they don't want to pay their receivers $50 million combined.
And just when you think that the leverage is growing, you have Yak Harlow, Slick Rick. This is from David Lombardi. Ricky Pearsall is heating up. He made the nicest catch of 49ers training camp. A circus one-handed grab off a D. Winters deflection, barely in bounds. Then Pearsall generated huge separation on an outbreaker against Isaac Yiadom.
Okay, and I thought I saw a video of he just had a one-handed catch that's also circulating as well. It's not the one that Lombardi's talking about there, but oh boy, wow. Okay.
How are we gonna pay him too?
I know. Gotta pay
My
him
goodness,
soon. He's
gonna make more than Ayuk. They're gonna give him an extension right now. It's $35 million.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't. Careful here. Isn't it interesting? That right after we say, "Oh wow, is Brandon Aiyuk starting to get some leverage here with the DJ Moore situation?" And it's more about, hey guys, I think Niners, you think you believe I'm better than DJ Moore, right? But let's try to figure this thing out.
Right.
All of a sudden now, the words being used, the best catch of training camp. It's just interesting.
It seems you're talking about one individual.
Yeah, you're making an accusation that potentially maybe someone's a shill for the organization.
No. I'm just saying the timing is interesting.
A quote-unquote narrative.
I'm just saying, hey, let's make sure this leverage thing doesn't get too crazy now.
Okay, all right.
It's just interesting.
You think someone is in a reporter's ear who doesn't work for the Niners specifically on the books?
I don't think you have to be. I think that I don't think anybody has to be in anybody's ear. I think that it's a decision that is made. And I think that when
you're throwing out some allegations.
Yeah, this is kind of
how the best catch of training. Maybe it was.
These are like accusations.
It's just funny timing to me.
Yeah.
It's just very funny.
I think you're getting to the point where you think every single thing that happens is a conspiracy. Yes.
Maybe.
You're down a rabbit hole right now where you have to look yourself in the mirror and go, all right, let's try to weed out what's true and what isn't.
I'm just saying. Maybe I'll just leave it there.
I would just say that it's not okay. Like, great, he made impress. Like, that was always kind of the rap on him, right? Was that he will make these ridiculous, right? Like the highlight that was shown every single
Gator catch. Yes,
is him turning around and making the one-handed grab, and that's all fine and dandy. I don't think that doesn't get you paid. That doesn't get you a starting job. you need to be consistent, and you can't just have these spectacular catches. That's how you become a specialist. If I would assume the Niners took Ricky Pearsall in the first round to eventually be a starter. And, to me, it's great that he's out here making one-handed catches, but it'd be nice if, he was making catches in 7-on-7 or whatever, in team drills instead of these one-on-one workouts.
From the 279, they can't pay Brandon Aiyuk because they have to pay Purdy next year, and you already can't afford that. Well, they can. It's just a matter of how much. How much are they willing to pay one? How much are they willing to pay one Brandon Aiyuk? And, hey, if it was at 26, I mean, that's what's funny, Chris, right? If Brandon Aiyuk says, hey, guys, DJ Moore got 27.5. Give me 27.5. I think the issue has been here's 26 and Brandon Aiyuk wants closer to 30, right? The 28s, the 29s, and of course the 30. That has been the issue. I think the Niners probably would give him 27.5 a year. I think.
Then I would take it if I'm him. I mean, I know that it kind of becomes an endless loop that we get in, but to me, I guess maybe he's trying to future-proof his contract, but I think if DJ Moores of the world are getting 26, 27.5, like I mean, at some point too, how high are these receiver numbers going to get? I mean, I know Jefferson just kind of didn't even reset the market because he's almost on a different plane. He's more just highest paid non-quarterback. But, at some point here, you still have two receivers. This is not like the running backs. It's not like quarterbacks. You have to split up that money amongst a couple different guys. So at some point here, it's going to peak out. And it feels to me like 30. I mean, I can't imagine it getting higher than 35 million unless the cap is going to go up a ridiculous amount. Because, again, you have to have two receivers. And especially in the Niners situation, I think they value overall depth over clear individual talent as well, especially at that position.
Yeah, I would also say, as the video came out that Aiyuk dapped up Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, and obviously he doesn't want to get fined, so he's doing this hold-in. Are we to the point now where the trade conversation is dead? It's just a matter of, I think so, yeah. Hey, can we talk guaranteed money? I guess the question is 916-339-1140. Do you feel pretty confident based on what you've seen from training camp and Aiyuk being in the building that something will get done? Because I would say, Chris, I feel much more confident with him just chumming it up with everybody. He's not getting I don't think he's getting traded.
I don't think he's getting traded. I think we kind of started to realize that a bit when they when all of the returns became, hey, here's future picks. And again, we've talked about how, picks aren't going to do the Niners any good as they're trying to maximize this championship window. I think if anything, I think it's more likely that he just goes into the season without a new deal than him getting a deal. I still feel like there's a much I don't see why the Niners would change their stance. I mean, unless he's going to come down to the money figure that they're at, again, they still hold all the power. They can franchise tag him this and next season. There's not really much reason for them to give in on the Aiyuk stuff if they don't feel like it's that awkward for them. I think it's really Brandon's the one who's missing out. And if he wants to be real and miss actual games, then maybe that's where the Niners have to come back to the negotiation table. But right now, I don't see why the Niners would give in.
Yeah, and Brandon Aiyuk just kind of ingratiating himself in the situation is just so funny to me, man. And look, you got to get your money. You got to do what you got to do. But, as Mark Schler has said, and we played it a couple days ago, you're not even – some people can get mad about the holdout thing, but at least you understand from a business standpoint. I truly don't know. I think Aiyuk is just, we look at these guys as players, but they're also humans. And I think Brandon Aiyuk just does like being on the team, which just leaves him in a very awkward situation. All right, guys, can I be honest with you?
Yes.
Real quick. I got.
Okay.
I got. And this is what happens on Elon's Twitter.
Okay, sure. Blame other people.
After I watched that video and saw a comment from Jorge Soler, the pitcher was Noah Syndergaard.
So that was an old
old home run.
Huh.
It was an old home run. And somebody said he hits his first home run and a lot of people fell for it. I was one of those people.
Mm.
So that sound is old.
Thanks for that.
Just had to let you know.
For what it's worth, also, Jason Tatum not only will play today, he's in the starting lineup.
See, man,
for Team
this
USA. Him and
bullying
Anthony
works.
Davis. Him and Anthony Davis.
That's
in
what
the
it is.
starting lineup.
So you're trying to bully the Niners into winning Super Bowl? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, you should be thanking me.
Yeah, exactly.
You should actually
Well,
be thanking
I'll
me.
thank you, mid-February.
I got you to
see.
Vegas.
You okay?
Yes, Alan got you to Vegas.
I got you to Vegas.
I was at one point going to strangle you in Vegas, I think. Why aren't you filming B-roll of me? Why aren't you filming me?
Hey, coming up next, Brett Seagull comes on to break down everything that he had to say as far as the Kings' interest in trading for one Robert Williams. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sactown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sactown Sports app.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
We golfers tend to grumble too much. Golf Monthly's Nick Bonfield compiled our biggest complaints. They include our own game. The refrain, is it going to be another one of those days, should maybe be realigned and set about the next shot with positivity. Next is our equipment. We always blame our tools, even though they were just along for the ride. Course conditioning is another gripe, and maybe you should try getting up while it's still dark, whether it's 108 or 32 degrees, and deal with global warming, limited budgets, and sustainability. And then go hug your superintendent for what they do. Dress codes get a lot of attention. Some feel the tradition should be maintained, and others are comfortable in T-shirts. It's a game, people. Also in the mix are rules of golf, slow play, the World Handicap System, tee time booking systems, bad luck, and more. I say you get out of it what you're willing to put into it. You're on a golf course, your phone's not ringing, and you might make a birdie or two. Enjoy the moment. There's lots of time left in the day for complaints. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Quick Quack Car Wash takes the drama out of keeping your car clean.
Let's wash the car. Don't spray the hose inside the car. Oh.
Our convenient wash packages make it easy to get your car soaked, scrubbed, and on your way. Protect your car from sun, rain, and pollen with a ceramic duck wash, and get our in-wash light show and an unbeatable clean.
Oh, the kids filled the gas tank with water.
Of course they did. Quick Quack Car Wash. Come in today and get 25% off any wash.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Take it on the local level.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, Sactown Sports. Sactown Sports. Call or text at 916-339-1140.
Team USA is about to tip off. Jason Tatum making his way to the starting lineup because Steve Kerr said, I don't want to hear it anymore. I do not want to hear it.
So Warrior fans are bad.
That's right. We will be following that along. But as promised, Brett Seagull of Clutch Points joins us. Brett did great work for us, and we had a great call during the NBA draft. So we're excited to have Brett back and talk about his article where he mentions the Kings and Robert Williams, the Time Lord. Brett, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing today?
Fantastic.
We're good, man. We're good. Making it through the week, halfway there. All right, Brett, let's start with what you did mention as far as the Kings and the interest in Robert Williams III. What can you tell us as far as that interest level? And you know, Chris and I, we whipped out the old trade generator, and based on money, how the Kings would even get there.
Right, so there has been interest from the Kings front this summer in Robert Williams III, and he's a guy that has kind of disappeared a little bit in recent months and this past year simply because of injuries to his knees. He was with the Boston Celtics when they made the NBA Finals, and ultimately the Celtics decided to move on from Williams because they saw a way to get both Drew Holiday and Kristaps Porzingis, which, as we saw, led them to a championship. So now Robert Williams is with the Portland Trail Blazers, and he's kind of buried on that depth chart behind DeAndre Ayton, and they just drafted Donovan Clingan. He's that third center now, and coming back from injury, a very underrated name. He's on a very favorable contract. I believe it's around $12 million, 12.5 maybe right now. And he has 2 years left on his contract, a very serviceable big man. You know what you're getting with him defensively. And when you look at what the Kings need in their front court, it makes sense that they would have interest in a player like that. Right now, all you have is Domantas Sabonis as your rebounder. You have Trey Lyles as a stretch big man. You also have Alex Len as a veteran underneath there as well. But we've seen in the past how Mike Brown has gone away from using Len and gone to smaller lineups. If you go out and get Robert Williams, all of a sudden you have a guy that can not only start if something happens to Sabonis, but you have a defensive anchor in your second unit that you can rely on against these larger and bigger teams in the Western Conference, like the Los Angeles Lakers with Anthony Davis and like the Denver Nuggets with Nikola Jokic.
Brett, what exactly do you feel like Portland is trying to do this? Like not necessarily this offseason, but just even moving forward. I mean, they have this. I mean, the reason why they have to kind of move on from Robert Williams is because, like you mentioned, they have Donovan Clingan now. They have DeAndre Ayton signed long term. They're trying to move on from Jeremy Grant, and there's also reports that they're moving on. They're considering moving on from Anthony Simons as well. What exactly is Portland trying to accomplish? Are they trying to clear up room for Scoot and Shaden Sharp to kind of take the reins? Do they want to be competitive? They obviously make the trade for Denny Advia as well this offseason. Do you have any feel for what direction Portland's trying to go right now?
So roughly about 2 weeks ago when we were in Vegas and talking with agents and scouts and other league executives, everyone thinks that Portland has a good roster. Like no one looks at this roster and thinks, oh, it's just a bunch of misfits. They have good guys on this team. Jeremy Grant is one of them. Anthony Simons, another proven guy. And we can even go down the list with a guy like Matisse Thybulle,
right,
who you know what you're getting defensively. He's shown the ability to shoot from three at some points in his career. So they have talent on this roster, but the general consensus is that they don't have a sense of direction right now. And that starts not only with the front office, but also with the coaching philosophy, the rotations that they're moving with. At points last year, we saw them go with very youthful rotations and play a bunch of young guys. But at other points, those guys were on the bench to end games. And it doesn't really make sense that if that's your future, well, why aren't they getting the most minutes? And that's mainly the conversations that were sparked at Summer League with this team. And that's why many people feel like that they're setting themselves up to make a bunch of trades both before training camp begins and during the season ahead of the trade deadline. And we saw them move Malcolm Brogdon in that deal for Denny Avdia. They gave up some first-round picks for him. And it kind of a head-scratching move at first, but when you look at the numbers, it makes perfect sense of why they would want Avdia. He's on a declining contract. In the final year of his deal, he's going to be making just $12 million, a guy that's proven rebounder, proven three-point shooter, and he's only going to get better at 24, 23 years old. So he's going to fit in with that core of Scoot Henderson and Shaden Sharp moving forward, and you can throw Donovan Clingan in that list as well. But when you look at some of these older guys, Jeremy Grant, absolutely a player that is going to be moved, I would think, within the next year. So we're talking right now on July 31st. I think if we talk again July 31st next year, Jeremy Grant's going to be in a different uniform for sure. And then obviously a guy like Anthony Simons will generate interest around the league. DeAndre Ayton, not as much interest around the league simply because of his contract, but he's another guy that he's gone from being the starting center on this team to now being a ticking clock in the sense of his time is going to be coming to an end in Portland rather quickly, especially once Donovan Clingan gets going and he becomes the starting center in Portland.
Talking to Brett Seagull of Clutch Points. Brett, it almost seems as if the Lauri Markkanen situation is separate than everything else, right? So with that being said, it's been a bit quiet on the trade front. Is that because of Lauri Markkanen, or is it just because people are trying to figure out what the actual trade values are for Jeremy Grant and for Kyle Kuzma, guys like that. Are they connected, or is the Lauri Markkanen situation seen as separate?
I don't personally believe that they're connected. I think that they're definitely separate because Lauri Markkanen's situation is unique. A guy in the final year of his contract making $18 million, and he's eligible to sign that $200 million deal next week when he becomes eligible with the Jazz. And this seems like a situation that he wants to stay with Utah, given that he's the number one option and can get paid by them. He doesn't necessarily want to be traded, but at the same time, all indications have pointed towards Lauri Markkanen wanting to win. And the Jazz haven't set themselves up in a position to do so. And this offseason, they even entered the summer saying, we're going to make moves. That way we can be a winning organization. We're going to move some players around, and we're going to make the necessary moves so we can make the playoffs and be a contending team in the West. Well, so far, they really haven't done anything other than in the draft. They brought in Cody Williams, Isaiah Collier, and Kyle Filipkowski. So you look at where this roster is right now, guys like John Collins, Colin Sexton, Jordan Clarkson, those are the three guys that you could potentially move to upgrade this roster. And I think that after they do extend Lauri Markkanen, I think that that's what we're going to see. We're going to see Danny Ainge and this front office look to pull off a big move to bring in another player to pair with Markkanen, because if you're going to extend him, it doesn't really make any sense that you would just run things back and keep this roster how it is, because you're not going to get better in the West with the way that they're constructed. Sure, some of your younger guys may be able to improve, but that's not going to set you over the edge when you have 12, 13 teams contending for 8 playoff spots this year. So if you're the Jazz right now with Lauri Markkanen, it's just a very delicate situation, because there have been offers out there and they have been good offers. It's just they feel like that Lauri Markkanen's worth more. They haven't been willing to budge on their price, and as a result, with no team raising what they're offering, it does seem like that Lauri Markkanen is going to be staying with the Jazz.
Brett, I'm curious. I mean, I know Commissioner Silver came out, it might have been a couple weeks ago at this point, and said, you know, he doesn't believe that the new CBA has led to a lot of people saying that this offseason has been a little bit more tame, a little bit more boring. But I'm curious, from your side of things, do you believe that the second apron and the fear of going into any of the aprons or the luxury tax even has been a reason why we haven't seen those moves that I think people were expecting for a Jeremy Grant, for a Brandon Ingram, Zach LaVine, and maybe even to an extent because he has to sign a contract after he is traded, Lauri Markkanen as well?
100%. And I'll take it one step further. Instead of looking at the trades, you can just look at free agency and see how the first and second apron have impacted that. It's completely eliminated the middle class of players, like guys like Tyus Jones and Gary Trent Jr. We saw them both take minimum deals this year when they could have easily gotten around $14, $15, $16 million a year in a standard market. But because of these first and second aprons, you have the high class of players getting paid, those all NBA guys, your stars of your team, and then you have your minimum contracts. And then that whole middle tier, other than the guys that are on those extended rookie deals who are making anywhere from 20 to 25 million, a guy like Cam Johnson, for example, who's making 25 million with the Brooklyn Nets. Other than those guys, the entire middle class of talent has been taken out. And quite honestly, the agents around the league are not happy with that for obvious reasons, because their guys aren't getting money, which means they're not getting money. So it's definitely a very delicate situation right now that the league and the players and the agents are taking a look at. I don't see it really getting revised. I think that this is just kind of how it is. And ultimately it's going to wind up biting the players in the butt a few years from now after they agreed on the new CBA and doing this because of that middle tier getting eliminated. But as it pertains to trades and it being a boring offseason, the best analogy I tend to give when people say that and try to claim that it's a boring offseason, I simply say it's just two different games. I mean, last year we were playing checkers with the way that guys could just be moved and teams could just move players willingly. Now we're playing chess. Now you actually have to pay attention to the moves that you're making, and you have to pay attention to the moves that you're going to be making down the line and all those future trades that you could potentially make and set yourself up in a position to be successful many off seasons from now. So when you look at it from that perspective and from a front office perspective, I definitely don't think that it's been uneventful. It's just the lack of moves from a fan perspective. I can definitely see why people are frustrated.
Talking to Brett Seagull of Clutch Points. Great stuff so far. Brett, you bring up Cam Johnson. What's the latest? And he's been connected to, Brett, probably about 8 teams, and I might be lowballing it. What's the latest on Cam Johnson and also Dorian Finney-Smith with the Nets and that situation out there in Brooklyn?
Yeah, so nothing has changed really with Brooklyn. There's been teams that have talked to the Nets about what they would be wanting for those players. Obviously, the Nets are looking for draft picks at this time. And for a player like Cam Johnson, after seeing what they just got from Mikal Bridges, they're going to be asking for at least 2 first-round picks for a guy like Cam Johnson. He's still only 28 years old. He's on one of those middle-tier contracts like we just discussed, and it's a favorable deal because it's in that $20 million range. So if a team gets him, not only can he contribute now, but that's value that you can have in a trade to maybe pull off a move for an all-star a year, maybe 2 years from now. So I think that if you're Cam Johnson, you're sitting pretty right now because you're getting paid. You're going to hold a prominent role on the Brooklyn Nets to enter the year, and you may wind up being traded to a contender mid-season ahead of the trade deadline. I think that that's really what the market's looking like right now for Cam Johnson. If I had to give my educated guess, I would think that he's going to begin the season on the Brooklyn Nets roster, but you just never know. Ahead of training camp, you could see one of these teams like the Orlando Magic, a team like the Sacramento Kings, for example, pull the trigger on the deal and add talent before the season. And when we look at Dorian Finney-Smith, a much more favorable contract there. He's at, I believe it's $14, $15 million range, and he's a 3-and-D guy. You know what you're getting with him. And I've kind of heard rumblings that they're looking for 2 first-round picks. That's what they were looking for at the trade deadline. But I believe that he's going to be gettable for 1 and a solid young talent there. As far as teams that could potentially look at Dorian Finney-Smith, it's just a plethora of teams at this point. If you're a playoff contending team, a 40, 50-win team, and you have the ability to add Dorian Finney-Smith, you're going to look at the opportunity to do so simply because he contributes to winning. And that's probably going to be another guy that we have long discussions about heading towards the trade deadline in February.
Talking with Brett Seagull of Clutch Points. Brett, this is my last one for you. I mean, you just mentioned 2 first-round picks for Dorian Finney-Smith. This is now Dorian Finney-Smith. We've heard 2 first-round picks for Cam Johnson. We've heard 2 first-round picks for Kyle Kuzma. There was reporting 2 first-round picks for Jeremy Grant. And we had somebody on the station, a Blazer reporter, come on the station, a different show earlier this week, and say he doesn't see who is going to be that team that eventually does make those sacrifice those 2 first-round picks. Do you think that is actually what the value is, or is this just like they are essentially waiting for, like you described, the team to get desperate enough? Or is there going to be some reality that eventually hits, and when one of these guys eventually does get traded, it's going to be for a little bit less than 2 first-round picks?
It's certainly exactly what you laid out. That Dorian Finney-Smith is not the type of talent that in a normal year you would give up 2 first-round picks for. But let's say you're a team at the trade deadline, you had one of your wings go down, you're right in that contending status in the middle of the East or the West, and you need a 3-and-D guy. Maybe it's worth giving up that future first-round pick in addition to another one for Dorian Finney-Smith if that's going to complete your roster. And I think that's kind of what the Nets are banking on at this point, because you never want to undersell your players. You're always going to have the high price tag on them. You're always going to be looking for the most value from a front office perspective. And from the Nets perspective, right now, no one's going to be giving up 2 first-round picks for Dorian Finney-Smith. You keep him on the roster, he plays, he stays healthy. Guys get hurt over the course of the season, and all of a sudden his value increases as a result. And I think that's really what you're going to be banking on from that perspective of where you can potentially get the maximum amount of value for a guy like DFS. Obviously, for a guy like Cam Johnson, I think that his value is just kind of there. You know what you're getting with him. His contract's favorable. He's under contract for many years to come, and he's going to be one of the stars of this roster. He's going to be one of the leading offensive scorers for the Brooklyn Nets entering the year. So his value is not going to decline. I think that asking 2 firsts for him is very reasonable. I think that that's where his value's at based on how the market has changed in the NBA. And obviously, a lot of this has to do with prior trades that have been made. So we recently brought up the Mikal Bridges trade. You had 5, 6 first-round picks being moved there. If Lauri Markkanen is to be on the move, that's another trade that's going to include 3, maybe 4 first-round picks, including swaps. So right there, that's where your market's set, and that's where the value is going to be the entire year.
Brett Seagull of Clutch Points. Brett, you brought us a new name with Robert Williams III in your piece that you put out earlier this week. Any other new names floating around the trade market in general and specifically with the Kings?
I think that when you look at the trade market, it's interesting right now because we only have a month until September starts, which is kind of scary to think about.
Right.
But the new season is going to be right around the corner. And when training camp begins, there's going to be questions about these teams that didn't make moves in the offseason. What are they setting themselves up to do in the first few months of the 24-25 season? And just to name a few of those teams that have been discussed, both of them are in Los Angeles, and that's the Lakers and the Clippers. I think that those are the 2 teams that when you look at the way that they're constructed, they're setting themselves up to make a move. Now, what is that move going to be? That's the million-dollar question at this time. But when you look at the Lakers, D'Angelo Russell, final year of his contract, $19 million. Rui Hachimura, he's been on the trade block, seems like ever since he arrived in Los Angeles. If they can move him for an upgrade, they will be willing to do so. You still have Gabe Vincent. So right there, you have the ability to create well over $30 million to absorb another all-star player into this roster if you want to. Going to the other side of things with the Clippers, you still have PJ Tucker on an $11.5 million contract. The same goes for Terrence Mann, who's in the final year of his deal. And then obviously Norman Powell could possibly be sacrificed for a major upgrade there. And these are two teams that expect to be in title contention, two owners, two front offices that truly believe that they have the solid core intact to compete in the Western Conference. And obviously how things go over the first month in October and into November, how things play out for those two teams will be very telling as to what they have planned in December and in January on the trade market, because Steve Ballmer, Jeannie Buss, these two organizations, they're not going to wait around to make a move if it's going to waste their championship window. LeBron James is getting older. Kawhi Leonard's getting older. These are two organizations that I would expect make some kind of big move between now and February.
Brett Seagull, great stuff as always. We will talk to you soon, hopefully with another blockbuster trade from the Sacramento Kings.
Absolutely. You guys take care. Have a great weekend.
All right. You too, Brett.
Thanks,
That is
Brett.
Brett Seagull of Clutch Points. When we get back, we break down everything that Brett had to say, and we get back into some NFL talk. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
The Sacramento Kings play here.
He's got the triple. Sacramento takes the lead. Outstanding ball movement by Sacramento.
Every triple, every jam, every Kings win.
Sabonis with the jam over the Joker. He's got the three-point shot.
Get your Kings fix all season long.
Right here on your home of the Sacramento Kings.
Here's a steal by Fox, a breakaway. He's got the rip with the left hand.
Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
I'm a very active person that likes to move around and go. The pain I was in was really excruciating. It was actually debilitating. I was basically heading towards a sedentary lifestyle. I had really tried everything, but I quickly lost hope with all of the things that we had tried, and that's what led me to the Good Feet store. And when I found the Good Feet system, it really just changed everything. It brought me back to life. I have my active lifestyle back.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
Jason Mraz and the Super Band. Live. The mystical, magical, rhythmical, radical ride. Friday, August 9th, the venue at Thunder Valley. Jason Mraz and the Super Band with special guest Molly Miller Trio. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Jason Mraz and the Super Band in concert. Pick up the new album, Mystical, Magical, Rhythmical, Radical Ride.
Live and local. Live and local. This is Sactown Sports.
Great stuff from Brett Seagull, Chris. Where do we start? Speaking of starting, USA and South Sudan, they've started, and USA hasn't pulled away yet. Still early, 2 minutes, 8 seconds left in the first quarter. The subs have entered the chat, and, of course, the subs being Kevin Durant and the crew. 17-12, Derek White at the free throw line. He'll keep you up to date on what's happening there. And Brett Seagull, man, I mean, great stuff as always.
Incredible.
And really, I think you should feel good about it if you're a Kings fan, and feel good about the fact that, really, to your question, Chris, it doesn't seem like these 2 first rounders for Dorian Finney. It doesn't feel like it's going to last.
It's just a placeholder.
Yes,
Yeah.
It's just until someone gets desperate.
Mhm.
And really, it's going to be a matter of, hopefully, for our sake, it's the sellers that get desperate versus the buyers.
Right. Yeah, and I think it's definitely interesting how he phrased it too, like essentially saying that these guys more than likely, especially at this point, you always think of questions you want to ask after the interview is done, but I am kind of curious more specifically about the Brandon Ingram thing, because everything he said about the Nets guys makes plenty of sense. Like they do have, they have to play somebody, right? And you might as well have some level of competence out there. And like he said, Cam Johnson's going to be a big piece for them this season, with them being a bit depleted. So you would imagine he's only going to look better and more justifiable for those 2 first-round picks. But with a guy like Brandon Ingram, they don't really want him there. Feels like he's a bit of a puzzle piece that doesn't quite fit. I don't know where that value goes, because that's a team where the Pelicans, people know they don't want to have to pay Brandon Ingram. So they assume that that should lessen his value, but he still is a really highly touted player, but you still do have to pay him $50 million on your new contract. And so it just feels like that's the situation where maybe, you asked, is everyone waiting for the Laurie shoe to drop before everything else happens? Like when is the possible path for a Brandon Ingram trade? And is it those 2 teams that he listed? I think he kind of misheard you there and he gave you teams instead of players, but I wonder if the Lakers and Clippers would be the answer to who is even the team out there that would pull the trigger on a Brandon Ingram trade, because that one seems like it's gone. We thought Jeremy Grant talk went ice cold.
Yeah.
Brandon Ingram talk is just non-existent at this point.
Yeah. I think that's a good point. And as far as Brandon Ingram is concerned, I mean, here's the question, man. You look at the Kings lineup right now, and Dave had posted some odds that are coming out for NBA futures, and Malik Monk is being included with the 6th man of the year. So, Vegas seems to think that Malik Monk is going to be coming off the bench again. And you look at the Kings starting lineup of De'Aaron Fox, obviously, Keegan Murray, DeMar DeRozan, Domantas Sabonis, right? And whoever that other piece is going to be. I mean, the Pelicans basically, they have a lot of wings, but their wings are different. Now I start thinking, Chris, would you do a deal that would include Keegan Murray for Brandon Ingram, just because it would really put you in a different situation? And we know what his value is, and you're just going full on, hey, this is who we have. We're Keon. We have Brandon Ingram now. The runway conversation, whether we agree with it or not, some people do feel that way. Is that a conversation that you would have based on the direction that you want to go in?
I don't think so. I just think Brandon Ingram, especially with DeRozan, like that's just a little bit too many guys who like are scorers.
Yeah.
And it feels like you're not really building a good team at that, and there's already questions about the fit. Feels like you're just getting you're getting a Team USA, a version of a Team USA over there.
The funny thing is the runway question is a question that the reason we don't mind the runway question is because it's not
Team USA is running a full court press right now on South.
There you go, just like West Virginia.
Didn't mean to interrupt you, but
March Madness is upon us.
Could not believe what I just saw.
The reason the runway question is different, and we've been trying to figure out how to nail this one because we don't really agree.
Right.
It's because a runway is whether or not you have a different avenue to go in. And we were more so stretching Keegan being more than a spot up shooter versus the other way around. The runway, if you talk about runways, you have DeMar DeRozan and Brandon Ingram. Yeah, that's a clashing runway.
Yeah.
Whereas you have Keegan Murray who can just exit stage left and just be a spot up shooter. Very similar to, I love talking about it, Michael Porter Jr. So that's why the runway question is about, could Keegan could be a better, I guess, jack of all trades if there were no DeRozan. But what if he is just an average jack of all trades versus an elite shooter?
Yeah, absolutely.
What would you rather have on your team?
Much rather have an elite shooter, 100%, especially with the size that Keegan brings. Like he can still, like you said, he can still do the other stuff. It's just, look, we know why you're here. You're here to hit shots. And at the end of the day, that's where your bread's going to be buttered. Everything else you do is gravy. And it feels like the Kings want the direction to be, no, the shooting is the gravy and everything else that you're going to bring is the player you are. You are going to be that gadget. You're going to be the guy that kind of is our problem solver. And I just feel like I think it's just a really big burden to put on Keegan's shoulders when I'm not sure that's even just naturally his bag. So, I'm more so okay. I think Brandon Ingram is the more talented player and definitely has, I would say, a higher ceiling, but I just think for a team perspective, I think keeping Keegan definitely makes more sense than pushing all the chips into that talent basket. But who knows? Maybe it's more just now is not the time for that.
Yes.
It might be in 2-3 years when we have a better picture of Keegan and we know kind of where the Kings are in the grand landscape of everything. But with everything kind of a bit murky in both of those fronts, I think I'm okay with pushing the ball forward with Keegan a little bit longer.
Coming up next, we have a bit of a fun conversation as USA Today ranks the worst NFL coaches. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
Subscribe to Sactown Sports on YouTube and watch the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Live Monday through Friday from 6 to 6. Plus view archive shows and exclusive content.
Subscribe at youtube.com/Sactown Sports.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for American Energy Heating and Air with a question. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system and you were a bit surprised at how much it cost? Or did something seem off about their quote? Because at American Energy, they take pride in giving you honest, straightforward solutions to get that system up and running. Have their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion. It's free. You got nothing to lose but some dollars off of that original quote. They're making the uncomfortable comfortable. They've been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. That's why they keep having customers coming back for more and more and more. You can call them and set that appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Sacramento, Dirks Bentley's coming to town.
What was I thinking? I'm getting drunk on the plane.
Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Farmally, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com. Brought to you by The Scoundrel Red Wine, Naturewood Home Furnishings, and Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers.
Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Sep Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is. Live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Sep Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Sep's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Saturdays on Sactown Sports 1140.
At aimyourdigital.com, we'll help you target the right audience, build your leads, and crush your quota. Take your business to the next level. Our digital marketing strategies help grow awareness of your product or service, all while building trust in your business. Our approach involves leveraging multiple tools and strategies to deliver exceptional results that are customized to your unique business needs. Don't wait to run out of sales leads. Keep your business growing. Get started with aimyourdigital.com today.
Sactown Sports.
Check us out on YouTube. Search Sactown Sports and subscribe.
Two 5-3-0s coming through. We've been deprived of talent for nearly 2 decades, and now Watkins is afraid another acquisition might give us too much talent. Bring them all. Now, it wasn't about talent, 5-3-0. It was about fit. And that there is something to be said about fit. I mean, look, that really what you're talking about, 5-3-0, that's literally the Suns, right? Not the Suns specifically, but just bring everybody and we'll figure it out later. There does have to be some rhyme or reason to it.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not like it's Kevin Durant, Klay Thompson, and Steph Curry where there's only one ball. But yes, those three are like all-time greats, and so they can figure it out. It's like we're talking DeMar DeRozan, De'Aaron Fox, and and Brandon Ingram. That's just a little bit of a different level. And yeah, they don't.
You need a shooter. You need
a
a spot up. If one of those guys is a spot up shooter, then let's talk. But that's why
all three of them need the ball in there.
Right. That's why Keegan Murray is so interesting from a different 5-3-0. Why are we doing this 5-3-0? Is Keegan an elite shooter, though? Yes, he is. Sure. Did he shoot at an elite level this past season? No. But that does not mean
he was asked to do too much.
That he is not an elite shooter. So great stuff there. We'll continue to read those calls or read those texts and answer those calls. And the sack chat. Chris.
Yes.
This is from USA Today.
Oh.
The Touchdown Wire. They ranked the top 10 worst head coaches in the NFL.
I like that. You don't often get worst list, Yeah. Not in sports, at least.
You have, here you go. You have number 10, Seahawks coach Mike McDonald.
So 10 would be number 22, correct? So number 1 is going to be the worst coach, yeah.
I guess yes.
Okay, gotcha.
Number 9, Panthers coach Dave Canellis.
Oh, I was very unfamiliar that he was their coach.
I guess if they just don't know.
How does one?
Right. Number 8. Hey, this is not from us.
Oh, gosh.
Please don't be upset at us. Number 8, Raiders Antonio Pierce.
Wow, that's harsh.
It's not his fault.
I think they're putting a lot of guys here that they don't know.
I just don't know
what they are yet.
Is there a write-up? Is there like a mini paragraph there for it? Because I don't understand how one would determine off of the season he had last year. I mean, I don't think that would qualify him for worst. I mean, he saved the Raiders season in a way, he gave them energy where they were completely lifeless. I definitely don't see how you could justify having him as, maybe if he's 10 and you just don't like him, maybe there's an argument, but I would not say anything Antonio Pierce did last year made me feel like he is a bad coach. I think that he's, if anything, we know he's as we talk about the rah-rah guys versus X's and O's, he definitely is a rah-rah guy, but to me, at the very least, you put him, I don't know, in the 15 to 20 range.
Yeah, so the other way to look at this is they have him at number 25, right? So I have the write-up here, and they have him at number 25 as far as they're ranking the head coaches.
Yeah.
And then somebody just said, well, these must be the worst. So at 25, they say the Raiders have tried the guru-type head coach twice, and it backfired tremendously both times. Credit to the organization for hiring Pierce, who earned the job after taking over as interim coach and has the admiration and respect of his players. That's more than that can be said about Josh McDaniels, whose meal ticket Bill Belichick is no longer around for him to hitch his wagon to. That's all it says.
Oh, okay.
That's all it says. Next, you ready for who is next, Chris?
Yeah.
You have at number 26, other way to look at it is number 7 as far as worst, Todd Bowles, Tampa Buccaneers.
Wow. That is really interesting. I mean, even then, like the Bucs made the playoffs last year. It's just, I mean, yeah, it's just kind of tough to, when you're going to say someone's the worst and the record doesn't really show for it, there's got to be something in particular about player management or something that you have to have a problem with. Because I don't see how Todd Bowles, who did win that division last year in a pretty evenly terrible division, like it was Baker Mayfield against Derek Carr against Bryce Young, and there's one more quarterback Desmond Ridder.
Yeah.
It's like all of those guys are equally bad. How are you going to say Todd Bowles isn't I don't know. That's just pretty interesting. I guess last year I'm reading the write-up. I said last season that Todd Bowles was the worst coach in the NFL. So I guess in a weird way, this is improvement.
Right.
I'll just take it as that.
Right. Coming up next, Brian Callahan, Tennessee Titans.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's again a new coach. I would assume anyone who's going to fill in that Vrabel spot is going to have a tough time because Vrabel was kind of like a Mike Tomlin-esque over there where he just kind of kept them afloat. But I don't know. I mean, I think the Titans might be one of the worst teams in the NFL this year.
Where's Vrabel at right now?
I saw him the other day running in practice. Who is he with?
Oh, he was the Browns.
Yes, it was the Browns. Yeah.
And then,
he does sprints with the players. It's very strange.
Speaking of,
Dan Campbell does push-ups with his
does
team.
not surprise me at all. Fits Dan. Honestly, it fits both of them to a T.
I looked at this quickly. Maybe I missed something, but based on what I initially saw. Steve Wilks is not with anybody right now.
Oh, that's I mean, that kind of wouldn't surprise me.
Shouldn't run a zero blitz going into halftime.
I mean, with the way the Niners threw him under the bus, it's a little unsurprising, I guess. But let's see here. Yeah, 57 minutes ago, funny enough, former NFL coach Steve Wilks visits Falcons practice.
Cool.
So it seems like he's in the consulting portion of his career at the moment.
He was the scapegoat.
Absolutely.
Sure,
it was so unfair. I mean, the whole him coming down from the booth thing made me lose. I was like, guys, come on. Like, Nate, I feel like, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to because I do think you were on the side of, like, what, like, I get Robert Saleh, D'Amico had a certain level of energy, but, like, what are we talking about that the coach needs to be on the sideline so they can feel his energy a little bit more?
I think the issue was not the energy, it was a communication thing. I think a lot of people forget there was a communication problem with the middleman, and things weren't coming out the right way. The translation was poor. So I think that's why the movement was, and I think you might remember, or most fans remember, the emotional part of it, because that was kind of the side argument, like a throw on top, like an extra bit of tzatziki sauce or something. But like I think the big thing was the communication.
Gotcha. That makes more sense to me.
Yeah, I understand.
Obviously, you can't. Yeah, like you can't pull a guy aside and say, "Hey, like watch this on the next time."
Right. I believe the first game too, they lost the 3 in a row, and then they bring him down against the Jags.
Right.
And season turned around.
Yeah. I think that it was. The whole thing was interesting to me because it's the culture is the culture. So I just don't know how they end up in those situations. If that's what you know. Why did you decide to try something different? Your last 2 defensive coordinators was Robert Saleh and D'Amico Ryans. And I didn't want to blame Steve Wilks because obviously he's going to put in for the gig. And even though it was different, if you're going to try to make it work and then it doesn't end up working, that's fine. But then to scapegoat him and to scapegoat how he does things when you decided to go down that path.
Sure. But also, like, I don't think he did the best job he could. I won't even say he didn't do a good job. Yeah, there were some problems.
There's no excuse for that.
Yeah, and then you add like Chase Young midway through the season and
Randy Gregory.
It should have been a little more.
Should have been better.
I do think there's 2 things that are really notes here. I think the first note is that he doesn't have enough of a job. So if
he was good, he'd have a job.
That's what I'm saying. If you have the top 5,
especially
defense,
with the Niners,
if you have a top 5 defense,
you want a piece of that.
So the idea that maybe he was holding him back, there is maybe something to that.
Yeah.
We started off the show talking about how the Niners not only have Nick Sorensen, who they hired to replace him, you do bring in Brandon Staley.
Yeah.
So it's not as if even the Niners with all that talent, that's dang near a JJ Redick situation having Brandon Staley around. So you think that
I don't know about that, but okay, that's a stretch.
How is that a stretch?
JJ Redick is the head coach. First of all,
okay. So why wasn't there? So who was the?
Wait, hold on. I just want to know what you mean by JJ Redick.
Yeah,
I'm saying there might be some level of we're not sure what Nick Sorensen is going to do, so we have Brandon Staley to help him along the way.
So you're more saying JJ Redick situation in the sense of they have a ton of assistants who have experience. Okay, I thought you were referring to JJ Redick situation as in having no experience and just stepping into the job.
No, that's all I'm saying, because obviously when it was Steve Wilks, they didn't have a former head coach, to help him along the way.
Right.
Okay, yeah. The JJ Redick thing threw me for a loop here.
Well,
so
you either get it or you don't.
I don't.
Coming up next is, speaking of a former.
Wait, did we get through the list?
Yeah, I'm doing it right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You did it a couple times.
Coming up next on the list.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant coming up next on the show. Okay.
Gotcha. On number 28, aka number 5 on worst coach list, Robert Saleh.
Whoa. To be honest, this is the first one where I'm like, yeah, maybe he should be a little bit further down the list. I mean, what else do we need to see here?
Yeah.
Like, is Aaron Rodgers literally supposed to prop up that entire franchise? Like, they were terrible last year, and their defense has been terrible.
Zach Wilson.
I mean, I shouldn't say their defense has been terrible. Their defense has actually been really good. But I just feel like Robert Saleh has clearly not had his finger on the pulse of that team at all.
The defense thing, too, it's like your defense can only be so good when they're on the field 90% of the game and backed up in their own end zone.
For sure.
This has also had to do with the Brandon Staley, bring it full circle. Earlier in the show, we're talking about points scored versus yards defended against or prevented. And it's like, dude, if your offense is turning the ball over constantly and your defense is on the field, those stats are going to be deflated for sure.
Absolutely.
Coming up next, let's make sure we get through this. I know that's partly my fault. Coming up next, number 4, Brian Daboll on the worst coast.
Whoa, he was coach of the year 2 years ago.
Clearly pre-Hard Knocks, right? Because after Hard Knocks, Brian Daboll's
the smartest man on the planet.
Smartest man on the planet, 100%. That also feels a little unfair. Like, that also feels like the man's got Daniel Jones. What are we really expecting?
Yeah, Jarrett Bailey, who wrote this, by the way. And speaking of Chris, top 5 at the top of the hour at 1 o'clock.
He made the playoffs.
We have a former Daniel Jones teammate has some things to say about Daniel Jones. Brian Daboll, I'll do the write-up.
Sign Daniel Jones.
I'll do the write-up since you guys have questions. Working with Brian Daboll sounds like working with a combination of J. Jonah Jameson and Daffy Duck. If you read Pat Leonard's tremendous piece on the
give me pictures of Daniel Jones
with the Giants coaching staff, the entire situation reads like Daboll will be gone by midseason. This organization is a wreck that is still somehow clinging to the already dead dream of Daniel Jones ever being good.
Dang!
That is a heater.
That's brutal.
This is clearly personal, man. Oh my goodness gracious! Like. Again, Brian Daboll led them to the playoffs 2 seasons ago and won a playoff game for
one coach of the year.
That's right.
That's insane. Okay. Wow. Now I can't wait to hear who's last on this list.
Number 3, we'll go quickly because he's a first-year guy. Patriots, Gerard Mayo.
What are you supposed to do?
I don't know whatever. There. Number 2, Bears coach Matt Eberflus.
I really can't wait to hear.
I feel like you can get off this list very quickly. I feel like it's a very much a game-to-game, season-to-season thing.
Yeah, and again, the Bears played really well at the end of last season.
And coming in at number 1,
Mike McDaniel.
I will get you the write-up here. Number 1, Dennis Allen, the New Orleans Saints.
Yeah, a lot of people don't like Dennis Allen.
And here is the write-up. Dennis Allen is the head coaching version of sitting on a whoopee cushion.
Yeah.
The Saints have been dreadfully boring with no sense of direction ever since Peyton stepped away. They are 16-18 over the last 2 seasons and find themselves in quarterback purgatory as Derek Carr is clearly not the future. The Saints' best option would be to finally blow everything up and rebuild in 2025. It would be 3 years after they should have done it, but better late than never.
Yeah, I'm all for this one. I mean, I talked about that crappy division before, but like the fact that the Saints that division was lined up for the Saints to win last year. I don't care. Yeah, you can go ahead and blame Derek Carr, and it's definitely fair to put some, if not a lot of blame on Derek Carr, but still got Chris Olave, you still got Alvin Kamara later on in the year. You had a really good defense as well. I really don't see – I still can't believe that they lost that division to the Bucs, who had pretty much already signed off on, like we have Baker Mayfield and we have a bunch of guys who are still straggling on from the Super Bowl win. I'm totally fine with Allen being number 1 on this list. He to me is he did the worst coaching job last year in the NFL. So I'm okay with it.
It is either now or never. Speaking of 55-36 nearly at halftime.
You got Tyrese Halliburton playing.
Tyrese Halliburton getting some time as USA is leading South Sudan. Coming up next, The Athletic gives MLB trade deadline grades. Can you guess what the A's got? And can you guess what the Giants got? Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
The only place you'll find Keegan Murray is Sactown Sports.
Out to Keegan Murray, straight away for 3, and Keegan knocks down the triple.
Hey, Sacramento, it's Keegan Murray, and you're listening to the home of Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
There was always a crowd gathered around our dining table when I was growing up. Hi, I'm Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Everyone was welcome at my mother's table, so holidays, birthdays, and celebrations always included family and friends. I used to think I was the most popular kid in the neighborhood until I realized that my friends were really there for my mother's incredible cooking. Years later, when I bought my own dining table from Naturewood, I made sure it was large enough to make friends feel welcome. And right now, during Naturewood Home Furnishings' Dine in Style sale, you have an opportunity to find the perfect dining room furniture to help you create your own treasured memories. Choose from casual to formal or anything in between. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings during the Dine in Style sale off Highway 50 at Hazel look for the water wheel.
Our first year as the radio home of the San Francisco 49ers is one we will never forget.
Going deep down the sideline for Aiyuk. He's got it, and he's gone. 10, 5, touchdown! San Francisco! Aiyuk is on fire!
Congratulations to the 49ers on a terrific year. And thank you for so many wonderful memories.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
The Sacramento Kings play here.
He's got the triple. Sacramento takes the lead. Outstanding ball movement by Sacramento.
Every triple, every jam, every Kings win.
Sabonis with the jam over the Joker. He's got the three-point shot.
Get your Kings fix all season long.
Right here on your home of the Sacramento Kings.
Here's a steal by Fox, a breakaway. He's got the rip with the left hand.
Sactown Sports at SactownSports.com.
Celebrate Sacramento Rivercats baseball during our 25th anniversary season and join the fun at Sutter Health Park. For a full promotion schedule and to buy tickets, visit rivercats.com. We'll see you there.
Antonio Pierce whooped the Chiefs, and he had the number one ranked defense when he took over. The Raider hate is so real. Is the Raider hate so real?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think it is a bit like, in a way, it's kind of like the Kings where it's easy to dunk on them, right? Like, I definitely would say I fall victim to it as well. Like, they're just a bit of a punching bag, and it's unfortunately just kind of how it goes when your team is as perennially unsuccessful as the Raiders and the Kings have been. It's not fair. Yeah, people are just never going to give you the benefit of the doubt. Everything that you do is always going to be met with skepticism, and it's just kind of the way it is until some miracle happens and you eventually get to the other side. And even then, we see that the Kings, in a way, still deal with it. It's just you struggle on a different plane. And, I definitely think it's real, and it's just because they've been bad for so long. It's easy for these national reporters who do kind of have to look at everything from above and not really get into the weeds of everything. It's just really easy to assume and say they're going to be bad because they usually are. And the patterns say, follow it. And I would probably just say it's as simple as that.
Let's get to the MLB trade deadline grades from The Athletic. Let's start with the A's. Chris, I know you know these, but the listeners do not unless they checked it out themselves. So the trades that they made, they acquired Will Klein, Mason Bennett, and Jared Dickey from the Royals for Lucas Erceg. They acquired right-hand pitcher Cade Morris from the Mets for starting pitcher Paul Blackburn. Acquired shortstop Jordan Groshans from the Yankees for J.D. Davis. That was an earlier deal. And acquired Brandon Bielak from the Astros for cash. Key takeaways. The A's traded for 3 solid pitching prospects, which was the right decision given where they are in the standings and as an organization. However, I thought they could have pushed more to trade their best power hitter, Brent Rooker, in a market where so many contending teams were looking for a middle-of-the-order power bat. And, of course, the A's were very open that they did not want to move on. This is from Jim Bowden, by the way, who wrote this for The Athletic. The A's didn't want to move on, and I think A's fans are probably glad that they didn't. Brent Rooker is a guy who definitely is balling right now, putting together a heck of a season. And maybe if the A's didn't have Sacramento on the horizon and things like that, maybe they do move them. But I really do think that the A's want to get some household names, want to sell some jerseys, Chris, and you're not going to sell jerseys of a bunch of prospects. That's just
for sure
not going to work. How do you feel about the grade of a B-?
Yeah, I think it's good. You know, I think definitely the fact that they didn't just sell wholesale, they didn't wholesale everybody, all of their good players, I think at least gets them a C+, right? Because that would just be, as we talk about, it's easy to just bash on the Raiders. It would just be the A's thing to do is just, hey, Brett Rooker, boy, is it great to have, you know, he was the all-star 2 years ago. He's leading the team in homers. Bye. Like, I hope you had fun, fans, while it lasted. It would have been the A's thing to do. So I think the fact that they actually kind of, again, I feel bad because I'm doing what I just said with the Raiders, but the fact that they just operated like kind of a normal baseball team.
Yeah.
I think I'm okay with a B-. It kind of doesn't even matter. You know, I know they got one of the higher recruits or higher prospects from the from the, what was it? I think it was from the Blackburn trade. It was that they got the number 4 prospect from the Mets. So yeah, I think that's definitely good. And you can never, I mean, the tough, you know, I asked you yesterday, why can't they do, you know, MLB player for MLB player? It becomes tough to grade these things unless you're so in the weeds of the minors. Like, how are we supposed to know if they got fair value for any of these guys?
Well, I think the weird part for the A's is that you almost don't want an A from Jim Bowden, because an A would probably be to sell, right? You probably get a B+ in this write-up if you move off of Brent Rooker. He says it right there. But the A's are in a different position because they're not just rolling into next season. They have to go to a new park. They have to get Sacramento fans to come in and to want to watch the team, to not just want to watch the team lose and be surrounded by fans of the other teams playing. So in a weird way, that the A's, not that they care what the Athletic thinks or anybody, by the way. No. The A's, they probably don't want an A in this category because their plan wasn't to nail the trade deadline as sellers, because if they did do that, then they'd have nobody to bring into Sutter Health next season. So I think that's exactly what the A's were trying to accomplish. Hey, we're going to make some moves to, you know, shore up the prospect pipeline, but we don't want to sell everything because we have a situation that these other bad teams don't have to worry about. As we get into the San Francisco Giants, they acquired left-handed pitcher Tyler Matzik and Sabin Ceballos from the Braves for Jorge Soler, and Luke Jackson. Acquired Mark Canha from the Tigers for right-handed pitcher Eric Silva. Acquired left-handed pitcher Jacob Bresnahan from the Guardians for Alex Cobb. Acquired left-handed pitcher Alex Young from the Reds for Austin Slater. Bye-bye Slaties. And who was, I believe, traded again.
Oof.
Did he go to the Orioles? He got traded again, though. Traded right-handed pitcher Mike Baumann to the Angels for cash. Traded right-handed pitcher Spencer Howard to the Guardians for cash. Key takeaways: the Giants reduced their future financial exposure by trading Jorge Soler and Alex Cobb, but they didn't do much more to improve their chances of making the playoffs this year outside of bringing in left-handed reliever Tyler Matzik and right-handed hitter Mark Canha, who has power and can draw walks coming off the bench. Yay. They listened on Blake Snell, but that's all they did. They now have to hope that Snell and Robbie Ray can perform like the Cy Young Award winners they've been in the past, and along with the rest of the staff, just try to pitch themselves into the postseason. I just question if this offense is good enough to get them there. And Jim Bowden gives them, as in the San Francisco Giants, a D. A D, not a D plus.
Yeah. No, straight up D.
You know what's crazy?
For dang, they probably should have bought.
Yeah. You know what's crazy, Chris, is Sam Quinn, the Rosen trade,
right,
and the Giants offseason got the same grade according to Sam Quinn. Insane.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, and I would say this one's more deserving. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I'm like, okay.
And I like Mark Canna.
Yes.
Obviously, he's done some great things for the A's.
Sure.
He seems like a really good guy. And by the way, he seems extremely happy to come back to the Bay Area.
Yeah, for sure.
But that's not what we're talking about.
No. And by the way, Austin Slater, you were correct. Did get traded to the Orioles.
Hey, Austin Slater's winning. Yeah. He's going to a first-place team.
That's right.
Good for him.
Absolutely. Good for him. Hustling forward. We
Yeah.
love it. We love it when that happens. Alan, I kind of presented you something. I don't know if we have enough time to fully get into it. Should we, with the Mark Canna specifically, and we, like you said, we couldn't play all the Farhan audio because there was just so much. But Farhan essentially said, we made the deals, we made these deals, we made deal X, and then at the last minute, I believe the phrase he used was, Melvin came in to the office and took the car keys and got one of his guys in Mark Canna. And I asked you, look, Alan, from 1,000 feet here, it kind of looks like the Giants are aware that the A's are leaving the Bay Area. And are they maybe trying to subliminally and kind of also not so subliminally, extend that olive branch to Oakland A's fans and say, remember Matt Chapman, remember Bob Melvin, remember Mark Canna, all of these, they had Sean Manaea last year. Is this just a coincidence? I mean, is there maybe something to it that the Giants are saying, hey, we know that team is leaving you in the Bay. I know every A's fan has always said, not the Giants. We hate the Giants. We hate everything they stand for. It's a little bit like the Raiders and the Niner fan base, for sure. They are them. We are us. But I just can't. I don't see how you can't draw that connection with just so many recent A parallels. These are guys who are really big contributors to the most recent success that the A's had. Is it just a coincidence, or am I making too much of it, or is there something there?
It might be a thought. I don't know how much of a thought it is, because ultimately, Chris, what I thought. And you have a couple different situations here. If the Giants, what I may have even done, if the Giants really wanted to ingratiate themselves, and I would say more specifically with Bay Area A's fans, because obviously A's fans out here are going to be a bit confused
for sure.
when the A's come out here. The Giants really wanted to do that. Number one, it was a unanimous decision for the A's to move. So they would have been the one team to stand in solidarity with Oakland and vote against it, because it wouldn't have changed anything.
Not a single thing.
That's number one. And number two,
it's a fantastic point, actually.
I guess that's the number one thing. Number two, I was going to say, well, the River Cats situation, that's messy, because that's the Giants minor league team. So if they did want to ingratiate themselves, maybe they would. And I don't know how that works, because even though they're the Giants, Vivek owns them. So I don't know who would have been able to stop that. But if they did want to say, hey, we're going to use this as a marketing situation,
that's what I'm saying,
to grab all these A's fans. We're going to vote against the A's leaving, even though it technically helps our bottom dollar, which is why they didn't. But that's not playing that. They were playing checkers, not chess. And we're going to not allow them to use our facility. That one might have been stickier, because maybe they're more franchised. I'm not really sure how that works. But with all that being said, I think it's possible. But ultimately, I think Farhan is just cheap. That's what I mean.
I give him too much credit.
Yeah, Bob Melvin, you wanted to go more traditional.
It made sense,
because Gabe Kapler was the opposite of traditional. Him and all the tattoos and the jawline and
the TikToks
and he's at outside lands and he's rating burgers. So they had to get away from that. And as far as some of the guys that they've acquired, Sean Manaea was kind of before we knew what was happening.
Yeah, definitely.
But this Mark Canna thing, you might be onto something. And I know you said there's somebody else. Oh, the Matt Chapman thing, I do think that having Bob Melvin help them get Matt Chapman, but Matt Chapman can't hit anymore. So
it all just sounds like a happy coincidence.
It is a happy coincidence, but I also think that it's also a cheaper coincidence that always makes Farhan happy. Mark Cannon, by the way, is 35 years old, and he turns 36 in February. Coming up next, the top 5 at the top of the hour. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
Trying to find out where to catch your favorite team's games?
Are you a fan of the Kings, Niners, and the NFL? Well, Sactown Sports has you covered.
Touchdown! San Francisco! It's all on his shoulders. Cox rocks. He fires for the win. He's got the triple.
Catch all your Kings, Niners, and NFL games all year long on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Hot summer savings now at Maida Chevy with $12,000 off MSRP on every new Silverado half-ton Turbo Max in stock after rebates.
$12,000 off every Silverado LT Turbo Max at Maida Chevy with at least 5 at this price.
Hot summer savings up to $12,000 off MSRP exclusively at Maida Chevy at MaidaChevy.com. Sacramento Silverado headquarters. Together, let's drive.
Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers. Must trade in 2010 model year or newer and 7/31/24.
Made a great deal at Maida.
Sacramento, Dirks Bentley's coming to town.
What was I thinking? I'm getting drunk.
Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Farmerly, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com. Brought to you by The Scoundrel Red Wine, Naturewood Home Furnishings, and Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers.
Quick Quack Car Wash takes the drama out of keeping your car clean.
Let's wash the car. Don't spray the hose inside the car.
Our convenient wash packages make it easy to get your car soaked, scrubbed, and on your way. Protect your car from sun, rain, and pollen with a ceramic duct wash, and get our in-wash light show and an unbeatable clean.
Oh, the kids filled the gas tank with water.
Of course they did. Quick Quack Car Wash. Come in today and get 25% off any wash.
I can't believe tax season is here already. Look at all this info I have to enter.
Phil's small accounting firm is growing in numbers.
Why didn't I take that typing class in high school?
A data entry specialist could really help him in a crunch.
I got blisters on my fingers.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hear that? The soothing sounds of a bubble bath. And if you were here, you'd smell a single cedar leaf candle. But you're not here. Because your self-care happens out on the road, riding your motorcycle protected by Progressive. So if you ride, get back on the road and enjoy 24/7 roadside assistance from Progressive, America's #1 motorcycle insurer. And then take a shower, because it's fast, like your motorcycle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Roadside assistance may require comprehensive coverage, not available in all states.
I would end the day with sore feet, sore legs. The drugstore inserts that I was purchasing were really not very useful at all. I walked into the Good Feet store and the guy kind of grinned at me and said, I hear that a lot. I was living with chronic pain before going to the Good Feet store. Now I don't really have that problem. I'm able to do the things that I expect to be able to do, even at my advanced age. I feel pretty good about what's going on.
The Good Feet Store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your flagship station for the Beam Team.
Should we light the beam? Light the beam, baby.
Sactown Sports.
Live and local.
Live and local. This is Sactown Sports.
Well, a name that was on a couple different lists earlier on in the summer is off the board. I don't think that this team was ever going to deal him once they got a new coach and really wanted to figure out this two big man thing. The Cleveland Cavaliers have agreed with Jared Allen on a 3-year, $91 million maximum extension that'll now guarantee him $131 million over the next 5 years. That is from Woj. And obviously Kenny Atkinson and that connection with the Nets. Once that happened, talk about names that stopped getting brought up, Chris. I mean, I think Mobley wasn't really being brought up, but Jared Allen was. And as soon as Kenny Atkinson went to the Nets, went to the Cavs, he coached Jared Allen with the Nets. As soon as that happened, there was no more trade talk. I mean, the Cavs, they actually, and we can have some fun with the Cavs during the What Are We Doing segment for the end of the week, but the Cavs actually kind of figured they were the most drama-filled team earlier on in the summer, but they kind of figured it out, I guess, until we'll see. They lose in the second round next season, and we got to deal with the same drama.
Yeah, I mean, they paid all their players, which, is definitely a decision. I don't know what exactly they're signing up for. Like you said, it kind of feels like you're not better. I don't think you're going to be better than the Bucks. I don't think you're going to be better than the Knicks. I know you're not going to be better than the Celtics. So
better than the Magic?
Maybe not even that. I mean, as they're on the up.
You didn't even say the Sixers.
I didn't say the Sixers. You're right. Didn't say the Sixers. Didn't say the Heat, who are always an issue. I mean, I just don't really know what exactly they're playing for. I think they should have made a decision on one of Garland or Donovan Mitchell, and they probably should have made a decision on one of Mobley and Allen. And instead, they decided to just say, "We're going to keep them all, and we'll deal with it at a later problem or at a later point." And it is kind of to the thing we haven't talked about it in a while, but sometimes teams are just okay with being okay. There are teams out there that, frankly, it is a business at the end of the day, and making the playoffs every year is a whole lot better than going into every season not knowing which direction you're going to go. So at the least, the Cavs have picked the direction and are going in that direction. It just feels like that direction definitely has a very visible endpoint.
Well, to your point, and same thing with the Kings, at what point do you feel like you've hit your ceiling? Maybe in the Cavs' mind, they could be lying to themselves, but maybe they felt like we haven't run this thing into the ground yet.
Yes,
and until we do that,
right.
Once we do that, we'll figure it out. I feel like it's going to be of course I'm saying this, if it's a bad start, right, that trade deadline might get spicy.
Yeah.
Or assuming they lose in the second round or whatever, next summer the Cavs will be the new Raptors or whoever you want to call it, where, all right, we're going to blow this up and we're going to blow it up. Now, okay, Nate, let's get to the top 5 at the top of the hour.
Yeah.
This guy, man.
Yeah.
This guy. All right, guys, let's start with number 1, or the first one. This is in no particular order. Bill Belichick has signed a deal with Underdog Fantasy. This is from Adam Schefter, from coaching legend to media mogul. Bill Belichick now is joining Underdog Fantasy to create and co-produce a new football show debuting this season. The show will feature Belichick breaking down film, taking fans through the process as if he were coaching the team. So I guess he'll pick a different team every week. This is adding, Chris, to Bill Belichick's laundry list of media hits during the season. This is what he has in store. He's on Pat McAfee once a week during the season. He's on the Manning cast with Peyton Manning and Eli early in each game. He is an analyst on Inside the NFL alongside Ryan Clark, Chad Johnson, and Chris Long. And now he has this Underdog show, which can be seen on YouTube. Are you guys in or out on Belichick non-coaching content?
Out. I'm out. Yeah, I'm out. This sounds boring as hell. Like, I don't know who's going to watch Bill Belichick talk like this and, hey, watch right here as that's just a beautiful block right there. Look at George Kittle here, block and set the edge. I just don't no one's going to be entertained by that at all. And if you're a real football head, if you're a high school football coach, sure, I'm sure you can definitely get something out of it. But in terms of entertainment, there's no way it's going to be an entertaining product. Like, they tried to do a version of this with the Kobe Bryant detail. The videos were cool, but in terms of the actual, I don't think anybody spent a half hour on ESPN Plus watching the full breakdown of whatever Kevin Durant's mid-range jump shot. It's just, to me, this is very, very niche, and Bill Belichick is just not the one to entertain anybody.
Yeah, I feel like you'll watch when it's your team, right?
Sure,
If he does the Niners,
Good call.
you'll do the Niners. If he does the Raiders, you'll do the Raiders. Unless this whole thing was a shtick with the way he talks and things like that, and he actually is charismatic. I don't think so. I think he is who he is. Or he could have just been, like I said, it was a shtick and he was playing a character. Either way, I think you really got to be into football to watch this. This is for real ball knowers or people that want to be ball knowers. Personally, I'm out on it. I don't need to watch this. Bill Belichick wasn't entertaining to me as a coach, and I'm not going to try to convince myself that he's entertaining. But a lot of people will watch, right? I do think you'll have good insight, but yeah, you're going on YouTube, you're firing up.
You also said it's on DraftKings? Or no, it's
Underdog. Underdog, it's a deal with Underdog Fantasy, right? And it's playing on YouTube.
Okay. That makes a little bit more sense.
I got confused because FanDuel has a network.
Has TV,
right,
FanDuel
right.
TV.
And you call
DraftKings
it
Network.
Network, and I thought, man, they're coming out of nowhere with these. But Underdog is just on YouTube.
Okay,
it's just on YouTube.
That might
just on YouTube. You make a lot of money on YouTube.
I was gonna say that might actually make it a success. Like, I was questioning, no one's gonna watch again. Like ESPN Plus, no one's tuning in. First off, no one has ESPN Plus, and then no one's going to that specifically. But as we know, YouTube is the worldwide. I mean, that thing is probably going to pop on multiple occasions. Actually,
all right.
I'm still not watching it.
Let's get through the rest quickly here. Draymond Green on Young Players Starting Podcast. I love that you're doing it. I love that you found something that you want to do. But you in year 3 and ain't done bleep. Nobody really wants to hear from you. Are you?
Are you looking in a mirror?
Are you in or out on Draymond saying I like it, but nobody cares about what you think?
I'm out because nobody cares what Draymond thinks either.
But he's not wrong. I don't think he's wrong, but it's just Draymond, stop talking.
Yeah.
I kind of think he is wrong. Like, I think it's interesting. Like Micah Parsons,
maybe
again, he has a podcast. It's just different perspective. It's not that. Yeah, I mean, maybe Draymond's words have a little more weight because he's been there and done that, but it doesn't mean that the rookies' experience isn't, or the young players' experience
he's just talking trash.
Doesn't matter to the general public.
All right, let's get to this. Darren Waller sound. He says that Daniel Jones could have been in a better situation.
It was crazy. We were going into the season like, man, this might be special fans. And it was like, you couldn't really protect him. It was like, you can't expect anybody to be successful with the pocket looking like it was last year on our team on a week in, week out basis. So I'm hoping that they can just get that dude a chance, because right when he got his bag, he just got there with no protection. So I don't think he really got a fair shot to really improve upon his play. So I'm hoping that he can get that chance.
Recently crowned worst QB in the league from our own Nate. Do we think that with more I mean, look, you do need an offensive line. Any chance that Daniel Jones has a better, very similar to the playoff year? Is that possible?
The only reason they had success that year was RPOs. And I mean, they ran the RPOs not better than anybody, but it was definitely a big reason why Daniel Jones was able to have any level of success. And RPOs are kind of, it kind of is already built in to not have a great offensive line. I just think Daniel Jones is bad. I don't think, obviously, a good offensive line helps 100%, but we're talking about, maybe he goes from the 32nd best quarterback in the NFL to, now he's 24. Wow. Yeah, it's not going to turn him around into a good quarterback.
From Ari Merov, the NFL will test Sony's Hawkeye technology for measuring first downs during some preseason games. This is per Rob Mahdi. The NFL is believed to be moving closer to replacing the traditional sticks and chain method for measuring the line to gain. The electronic system could be fully implemented next season, though it could potentially happen even sooner, in or out on getting rid of the chain gang.
Stick to flashcards. That's what I say.
Yeah,
we're getting rid of American jobs. What are we doing? AI taking over the world.
If this happens before robot umps, something is wrong. But seriously, you guys in or out?
I'm in. I think that's actually a really funny observation, and it's very baseball if they let the NFL get to that point, get more robotic than they. That's incredible. I'm out. I'm sorry. I'm in on it. I think the technology's already in the balls. It makes sense to line it up with the chain. Why do we have the flashcards? Why do we bring out the chains when we can literally
it's
just
old school?
It's all that
Nate
stuff.
loves
We see
it.
tennis and everything already has this technology where it shows the line and where the ball is. Why waste time? It's all just wasted time.
Nate. Well, why do they wear helmets, Nate?
I don't know. They shouldn't. Let's go back to the old times.
Play rugby. Rugby doesn't wear helmets,
player.
Yeah.
What I was going to say is that I totally forgot. I had a good point.
Great.
It's gone now.
Fantastic.
Well, you were in, and we knew you were.
I'm in. That's what matters.
No, you're out on moving away from the chain.
Yeah. Oh, the spotters. Like spotting, it's crazy how much the game can be manipulated by the ball spotters. Like they just have
what
to
I'm saying.
eyeball it like that. I feel like needs
That's insane.
An electronic.
Yes.
Or there needs to be an advancement there because how do you see at the bottom of that giant pile?
My favorite is when they have the ball and they'll have it in a spot and then they pick it up and move it backwards. And it's like, well, which one was it? Like how you placed it there at first.
It's ridiculous. And last but not least, 5-star QB for Nebraska, Dylan Raiola, pulled up to Nebraska camp looking like Patrick Mahomes did for his training camp. Guys, he's got the same body type. They're the same complexion.
Same hair.
They have the same hair. They both wear red. And when you watch him play, I believe he's number 15. And when you watch him play, he looks just like Patrick Mahomes. He's supposed to be nasty. He's 5-star. Cool or corny on Dylan Raiola kind of playing into this a bit and really just trying to be Patrick Mahomes' Spider-Man twin.
Corny.
I think it's somehow both. I think it's cool. I think he thinks it's cool. It might be cool for like in a college environment, but like I think outside of college, it's kind of a bit cringy.
You know, when I was attempting
think
to,
it's the sickest thing ever.
Yeah, when I was attempting to play in the big leagues, that same big leaguer from the Expos told me that you want to look like somebody so that a scout can say
100%.
Hey, this guy reminds me
of
Kenny Lofton, whatever it is.
Yeah.
This is taking it to the next level. But I mean, if he's as nasty as people say, and I saw some of that spring game, Nate loves the spring games, and I watched the Nebraska spring game. It could help, Chris, everybody. My whole thing on the Trey Lance situation, and I had to be very careful how I said it. I thought that a lot of people wanted Patrick Mahomes clones, right?
For sure.
And I think that's what they saw in a Trey Lance, and somebody's he's gonna go number one. I'm telling you this right now. I am telling you this right now. This man will go number one. But be your own person. You don't need to go to downtown Vegas and look like Michael Jackson, all right? When we get back, ESPN has a do not draft list for fantasy football. There is a Niner on that list. We'll tell you who it is when we return. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
Our first year as the radio home of the San Francisco 49ers is one we will never forget.
It's a toss to McCaffrey, a cutback run 30, breaks 340, McCaffrey midfield, McCaffrey 40, 30, 20, and toasted it all the way down to the 3-yard line. On the first play of the game, CMC Dynamite!
Congratulations to the 49ers on a terrific year. And thank you for so many wonderful memories.
The best things in life, they come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 tacos. And now for a limited time, get our best deal of the year. Buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage as Big Wireless, now with 2 months free. Proof the best things in life really do come in twos. Visit consumercellular.com or call 1-888-FREEDOM. Second and third month of monthly base service fee waived for new customers with the purchase of a phone and activation by September 2nd, 2024. Taxes, fees, and third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Why'd the kid jump off the boat?
I don't know. Why?
Peer pressure.
Oh. Good one, Ned.
Ned isn't funny, but Ned owns a boat, and you don't. So every time Ned tells another one of his unfunny boat puns, you're going to laugh loud and keep on laughing until you get a boat of your own.
A pier where you put a boat.
Yeah, I get it.
And when you do get a boat of your own, make sure you save money by bundling it with your home, auto, or other vehicles with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Sactown Sports.
Check us out on YouTube. Search Sactown Sports and subscribe.
A couple reasons to stay away from this player. Nate, have you seen this? Do you know who we're talking about?
Can I guess?
I stay away from all Niners players besides McCaffrey simply because you never know who's going to ball out. This is not me being a hater. You just don't know who's going to ball out from game to game. And I have bad luck. If I pick Debo, Aiyuk goes off. If I pick Kittle, Debo goes off.
So can I guess or no?
I just wanted to let you know I wasn't being a hater.
Okay, it's just I asked a question and you just went so yeah. I don't even know.
Bulldoze?
So hard, but it's fine. I think the player is I'm gonna say Kittle.
I would probably advise that if that was my list.
Well, Nate, you are incorrect.
Okay.
ESPN.com has Brandon Aiyuk on their do not draft list.
But he's dapping up John Lynch every day.
Yeah, but Ricky Pearsall is doing Odell Beckham type things. They go on to say 49ers starter Brandon Aiyuk is not happy, which he has made mighty clear this offseason. It isn't unusual for a veteran wide receiver to demand a new contract or a trade, and sometimes it all works out. We couldn't possibly bypass all these unhappy players in this situation. However, with the depth of offensive stars, Aiyuk suddenly is more of a risk. Give me the Deebo Samuel Sr. shares instead.
Wow. Okay. See, I will just say this. I have just a general, and I guess Christian McCaffrey is exempt from this, but a general no Niner draft policy because they just spread it out too much. And in fantasy football, you need merchants. Like, you need people who are consistently going to do what they do every week. And with the Niners, to be honest, it's just too hard to try and play that guessing game, especially with where you're going to draft them.
Yeah.
And I assume Aiyuk and Debo probably go first 8 rounds of a fantasy football draft. And I would want to stay away from any of them, even Kittle included, because he, again, is somebody who sometimes will have a couple weeks where he doesn't get many touches because there's just so much to go around.
Yeah,
I'm out. I'm out on Aiyuk.
I'm in on Brock for like a
He's a good second
6th-round quarterback. Yeah, like, you know, if you're not prioritizing quarterback.
Would
early.
you feel comfortable with him as your starting quarterback all year in fantasy?
Yeah, because I think the different, if we're getting into fantasy, I think the gap between like 1 and 10 in quarterback is not that big. It's a handful of points. It's like 2 to 3 points.
It depends if you count rushing yard, how you count rushing, and how you count touchdowns.
Brock will get a rushing touchdown every now and again, and he'll move on his feet. And so I mean, I don't know.
I would be comfortable, but you better make sure you load your roster. Kind of like the Niners. Honestly, if you're going to draft Brock, your team kind of needs to look like the Niners at that point.
Yeah, and you don't take Brock if you took McCaffrey too.
Yeah, definitely don't double
just
up
because.
that.
Yeah,
if one does good, the other one might not.
Yeah. So
on the do not draft list is one Brandon Aiyuk.
Let's see if there's other receivers on there. They have some rookies. I don't have a problem with that. They say not to take Stephon Diggs. I think that's interesting.
Well, we got like a minute here, and we're in the NFL, and we don't talk to Chris enough about the Vikings. I feel like I'm seeing a lot of training camp Sam Darnold to Jordan Addison. What is that about?
Let me tell you.
Is that going to be like the killer combo?
There is a quarterback competition in Minnesota. And
I'm hearing JJ's bad.
No, you're looking at the wrong stuff. Okay. And let me tell you, JJ has been lighting. I've been real quiet about it. I'm just going to mind my business. But JJ McCarthy specifically in their red zone drills. I'm talking like 4 of 5 with 4 touchdowns the entire time. Darnold's looked pretty good, but for the most part, I've heard that JJ has looked better just about every single day. But, Nate, to your initial question, I've seen a lot of Sam Darnold hooking up with Jordan Addison, hooking up with Justin Jefferson. I'm talking 50-yard deep balls here.
Yeah.
There's a lot of positive feelings in Vikings camp right now about their quarterback situation, and you can maybe say, of course, whatever. What are they? Is everybody supposed to be like the Raiders and hate their quarterbacks? But look, that was a random stray, but it is a fact.
You deserve it.
But I'm more just saying the initial talk. If we would have talked a month ago about JJ McCarthy, it was, hey, we're going to give the kid some time, no rush. This is what Sam Darnold's here for, is to be the bridge.
Yeah.
He'll get his time. All of a sudden, all of that talk has gone out the window. Kevin O'Connell yesterday said that JJ is going to at some point get some first-team reps just to kind of get his feet wet a bit. They are accelerating that timeline at a rapid pace.
They always do.
They don't. That's what I'm saying is they didn't have to. They could. The plan as of a month ago was take your time. We don't care. JJ is playing so well that they are saying, yeah, maybe we might have hedged our bet a little bit too much there, and we should actually try to get.
But that was JJ McCarthy. He's closer than some of these guys, but the ceiling. It's the ceiling.
No,
there's no question. There is a ceiling.
I think Chris is a Viking show.
No, but here we go. Here we go. So this is what we have now.
Right.
Let me just get this straight. Sorry. Let me just get this straight. Just real quick. We have the Niners and we have the elite processing of a top 3 quarterback in the league in Brock Purdy. Okay, we have that elite processing. We have the Vikings here. Okay, and you have.
I like how I just said our quarterback is playing well and connecting with our receivers.
We have the Vikings here,
in camp,
who is a human. We have one quarterback that's a human jugs machine.
That was the Niners coach who said
that. We have another quarterback who is a prodigy. And the prophecy
literally
you're not jealous because the Raiders will never have a quarterback.
You know what the Raiders have? They have Gardner Minshew, okay, and Aiden O'Connell that they cannot throw the football. You know who else they have? They have the return of Tom Coughlin. Tom Coughlin.
He's holding up his laptop, everybody, by the way, pointing at a picture.
Yeah.
Tom Coughlin, 77 years old.
So what was the point of all that?
He's jealous that there's fun stuff.
So let me get this straight. Yeah. You have quarterbacks. I have Tom Coughlin.
Tom Coughlin in this weird Twitter picture.
And I know it's hot out there. And he's got a hat on and long. They all do.
They practice outside the Raiders?
Yeah.
That is.
Oh, they don't practice in Vegas, though. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I don't know. I think
they're not in.
I think they're in LA or Orange County or something like that. I think I saw. Yeah, they're having. They don't do it out in Napa anymore, which is
that's fun. I used to
go out there. That was so fun.
Yeah, they should just practice in the Luxor or something.
They probably could, honestly, or at that
cigarette smoke.
The convention center that they had. That thing was massive.
No, it actually was big enough. And you don't got to worry about either of those guys hitting the top of it. You know, the quarterbacks, they probably can't even reach the whole way. Coming up next, DeMar DeRozan balls out in the Drew League. How do you feel about your players or your team playing in different situations that have nothing to do with your team? No Sacramento Kings on Team USA. Don't got to worry about that. But in what situations do you worry about it? Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
Did you miss any part of our live local shows? Don't worry, you never have to miss them again. Check out SactownSports.com and search our podcast page and play our shows when you want. The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Plus, other podcasts like Return of the Empire, Return of the Roar, the Stingers Up podcast, and Golf to Go with Frank LaRosa.
They're all available right now on SactownSports.com.
There was always a crowd gathered around our dining table when I was growing up. Hi, I'm Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Everyone was welcome at my mother's table, so holidays, birthdays, and celebrations always included family and friends. I used to think I was the most popular kid in the neighborhood until I realized that my friends were really there for my mother's incredible cooking. Years later, when I bought my own dining table from Naturewood, I made sure it was large enough to make friends feel welcome. And right now, during Naturewood Home Furnishings' Dine in Style sale, you have an opportunity to find the perfect dining room furniture to help you create your own treasured memories. Choose from casual to formal, or anything in between. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings during the Dine in Style sale off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Jason Mraz and the Super Band live. The mystical, magical, rhythmical, radical ride. Friday, August 9th, the venue at Thunder Valley. Jason Mraz and the Super Band with special guest Molly Miller Trio. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Jason Mraz and the Super Band in concert. Pick up the new album, Mystical, Magical, Rhythmical, Radical Ride.
Maida Chevy saves you $12,000 off MSRP on every new half-ton Silverado LT Turbo Max. In stock after rebates. Always 5 to choose from.
Exclusive. All in-stock pricing at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
See dealer for details. 973124.
Sactown Sports. Call or text at 916-339-1140.
By the way, another note that I saw, and it's just, there's a lot. I haven't actually seen a report on it today because this keeps changing in training camp. I did see that that the Brock Purdy-Debo connection has not been that strong. He had a really nice connection to Ricky Pearsall, who was apparently balling out today. But the Debo to Brock Purdy connection has not been where it needs to be, which, to be honest, guys, it's so funny. I mean, has Debo really been the same guy? Jimmy Garoppolo needed him, right? Jimmy Garoppolo needed him, and Brock Purdy, he has that connection with Brandon Aiyuk, to be honest. And I think that's part of the leverage that we don't talk about enough as far as how Brandon Aiyuk feels his connection with Brock is. But I do think he has a much better connection with Brandon Aiyuk than Debo.
He still has a very good connection with Debo. I don't.
Well, when you're a top 10 quarterback, you have a good connection with everyone. But I do think he has a better connection
Debo
with
is
Brandon Aiyuk.
a monster, sure, but the way you started that sentence or that phrase was that you're like taking away a lot from Debo. I think Debo is.
No, I'm just saying that they are still.
Your voice is getting high.
They're still trying to connect in this training camp where Brandon Aiyuk is not.
So it's probably never going to happen. Then this is year 3 or 2.5. So
never said that.
It's never going to happen.
Hey, stop putting words in his mouth.
So true. Yeah,
Thank you, Chris.
Please.
I'm just saying.
As we get into DeMar DeRozan in the Drew League, and we're watching
Drop top, raindrop.
And we're watching the U.S. and South Sudan and U.S. in control of that one. Chris, you had something on DeMar DeRozan kind of balling out and then wanted to ask a larger question on it.
Yes. DeMar the other day, as he is, LA based, LA born obviously in Compton. But that is also where the Drew League is held, is in LA every single summer. For those who aren't familiar, the Drew League is kind of like the biggest like summer circuit, I guess you could call it, where you'll see some guys who had cups of coffee in the NBA, and occasionally, every so often, you'll have, oh my gosh, yeah, DeMar DeRozan will just randomly show up on a Thursday, pick a random team and play for them, and you'll get a ton of Ball is Life highlights and things like that. DeMar was there the other day with former Bulls teammate Dalen Terry as well. He suited up for the Mecca Cheaters, which don't know why you would want your team name to be the Cheaters, but whatever. Suited up for the Mecca Cheaters and led them to a 74-61 win. DeMar DeRozan in this Pro-Am game had 16 points, 6 assists, 4 rebounds. Of course, that doesn't really matter ultimately. If DeMar wanted to, I'm sure he could have scored 105 points. But my question isn't necessarily about anything about the Drew League or even specifically about DeMar in the Drew League. I just think, last offseason or 2 off seasons ago, I guess, Chet Holmgren got hurt in the Seattle Pro-Am. He hurt his foot. I think LeBron was actually in that same Pro-Am, but he breaks his foot and is out for the entire season. And there's just a lot of different stories. And just in general too with the Olympics here. A lot of people have more so not questions with the Olympics, but when we do our summer basketball, the FIBA World Cup and things like that, the question always arises, hey, do you really, really want De'Aaron Fox playing for Team USA all summer when he then has to maybe get the Olympics? These things will probably be done in 2 weeks or so. Mm-hmm. So De'Aaron, you essentially get 2 months less rest than what you typically would get for the NBA season. And then you're going to have a much heavier load on your shoulder throughout the season. Is it really overall good for your actual club for you to play these summer games? And again, I think the Olympics is kind of exempt from this conversation, but since it's going on, we'll include it. In general, Alan, and I think baseball, as you know, they have a little bit of funny history with getting hurt in funny ways. Do you have any problem with athletes on your favorite teams doing these summer activities or off-season activities, whether it be playing the sport they already play or, guys doing a flag football game or something like that? Do you have problems with your athletes essentially being humans, or do you think that they should, and phrasing it that way is not fair, do you like them to kind of stick to your sport, and you're getting paid millions of dollars to Kevin Durant to be ready for the Phoenix Suns season? We kind of don't want you out here playing 28 minutes a night for Team USA if this were just the FIBA World Cups in a utterly meaningless tournament if it's not for the Olympics.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing here. I think that every situation is different and what they do is different. I remember when it was Micah Parsons when they were doing that world tour and they were in Japan doing sumo wrestling.
That's right. Yes.
And I was thinking, there's no way Jerry Jones is thrilled about this.
You pull a hamstring or something.
Yeah, you got to let these guys be human. So I do think there are two different conversations between doing random stuff.
Sure.
Yeah. And obviously we know but
then it's jet skiing and stuff
the Jay
like that,
Williams situation with the motorcycle.
Gosh,
that ruined his career.
Right.
So we've seen it in both ways. I would say for basketball specifically, you have to stay in shape. We get all that. But some of these younger guys, I guess I would mind less. If you're asking me as a Phoenix Suns fan, I do not want Kevin Durant out there.
Right. That's what
I don't want Kevin Durant out there. I know he's probably – the thing is he's got to work out.
Yeah.
So what's the difference between playing pickup where Klay Thompson tore his Achilles and Kevin Durant playing this? I mean, I know it's obviously different levels of basketball, but you're still doing the same movements.
Yeah.
So it's a really tough one. I think that it depends on who you can say the same thing about Steph. I mean, and LeBron. I mean, all these guys have a ton of miles on them.
Everyone,
KD's just the one that has had the most injuries.
Right.
But all of them, you could say, I'm not really
like Kawhi Leonard, right? Kawhi Leonard, the team pretty much said, no, Kawhi, we don't want you playing.
Right. I also think it's funny because it depends on what you've accomplished. I think Warrior fans all want number 5, but they have had a ton of parades, right? And Steph really wanted to do this.
Right.
So I don't think there are any Warrior fans out there saying, I mean, I'm sure you can find somebody, but most Warrior fans are thinking, you know what, Steph can do what he wants.
Right.
LeBron fans, I know they want LeBron to get number 5, but LeBron fans have all seen him win championships and do a lot of things. They want him to get to gold because apparently that might help him pass Jordan. So that's different. If I'm a Suns fan, I haven't seen anything.
Yeah, I haven't seen
KD's got rings. KD's got rings that have nothing to do with me. So I think it's not a case-by-case situation. As far as the Drew League and things like that, I mean, injuries can happen anywhere. You could injure yourself. I know my dad told me that there was a friend of his who tore his Achilles playing with his kid. He ran into a sprinkler.
Right.
So anything can
Didn't
happen.
Griffey get hurt too playing with his kid?
Griffey. So you never know. I don't have a problem with DeMar DeRozan playing, even though the Kings haven't won anything either. These guys got to work out.
I think the fear is just to kind of play devil's advocate, because I think I do mainly fall on your side, but just to play devil's advocate, it's in a league. Honestly, the Drew League's a perfect example. You have these guys who they have day jobs, like they're enterprise workers, or they're whatever. They could be accountants. Yes. I have no idea what these guys do in their spare time, but you have these guys who are out here knowing ball is life is filming and overtime is filming them, and they're like, this is my moment. If I lock up DeMar DeRozan, if I try and pin him on the glass when he tries to go up for the dunk, that could be the greatest moment of my life.
Sure.
And so DeMar's out here just, he's just messing around. He's not going 100%.
Yeah.
He tries to lay the ball up, and here comes, Joe the plumber over here trying to pin him on the backboard and sends his knee into his rib and cracks a rib or something like that,
Ya.
So I think
But
that's
how often do we hear about that stuff?
Never. But but that's the thing, is it just takes one. And Chet Holmgren was the case where you missed his entire rookie season. You see how well he played in his pseudo rookie season. You could have had that a year earlier. And think about, if we want to do devil's advocate, would OKC have been a legitimate title threat this year if this was Chet's second year instead of his first year?
These guys got to work.
Don't play in the Seattle Pro-Am. That's what I want him to do. That's where it becomes.
That was Team USA.
That was Team USA, and that's the same conversation of like,
but where are they supposed to play? You want to play? Where are they supposed to play?
In
they
controlled team environments.
They can't play at the Summit Gym.
Why not? With Drew Hanlon, why not?
With C. Brickley.
Yeah, C. Brickley, that's who it is.
They can't all play
Why not?
there.
He seems like he's got a very open schedule. It seems like everyone can work out with him, so I don't see why not.
It's just a never-ending gym. We don't know.
Incredible.
There's always room.
It's like Sabrina Ionescu's in there, KD's in there, and then LeBron and Bronny are in there. It's like, where did
Keon Anthony's in there too.
It's like, come on, yeah. Okay, well, that's just me more playing devil's advocate.
No,
I definitely fall more on your side, but I think there is definitely an argument for I like my players to play for my team.
No, I get it, but you got Reckless Roger who wants to be on SportsCenter or whatever it is. I feel like we don't hear about it a lot, so no harm, no foul. Coming up next, Whitey Gleason of the Drive Guys joins us for the last most awkward 15 minutes of the show. Stiles and Watkins, Sactown Sports.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sactown Sports and the Sactown Sports app.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
10. Nice work. Thanks. Taking Nugenix Total T makes a huge difference for me.
Nugenix? That's the testosterone booster with TV ads with Frank Thomas, right?
Yes.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yes. Nugenix is a great way to feel stronger with more energy and endurance. And as Frank says, you'll like it too.
Text radio to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix. Text RADIO to 321-321. That's radio to 321-321.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave inviting you to make the switch to electric this spring and save big with American Energy. Stay ahead of the spiking energy bills this summer with up to $9,000 in rebates on a new ultra-high efficiency comfort system. American Energy is providing huge rebates from SMUD as well as spring specials by installing one of many incredibly efficient AC options available to you right now. Get rid of those fluctuating gas bills in the winter and switch to year-round all-electric with American Energy. Let them perform a free in-home energy efficiency analysis and see where they can help you save for the warmer months ahead. These guys are the best. Been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A+ from the Better Business Bureau. Learn more by calling 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Hi, this is Frank LaRosa. And this is Scott Marsh. Join us weekly for Golf to Go right here on Sactown Sports. We talk to all the local golf experts in the area and give you the latest on all the courses as well.
And not to mention all the golf legends and celebrities, along with all the latest in equipment and tournaments too.
Most importantly, we'll just have some fun talking about a game that's fun to play.
You know, it's my favorite hour of the week, Frank.
Golf to Go, Thursdays at 6 p.m. and Saturdays at 8 a.m. right here on Sactown Sports. Give us a listen.
I think you'll enjoy it.
If you've been on the American River, it's uphill, it's downhill. There's trails everywhere that you can walk, and it just makes you happy. And I couldn't walk, and it was terrible. I was turning into a real crab. I went to the Good Feet store, and I tried on the arch supports. I could not believe that I was not in pain. I can walk, I can run, I can jump, I can do anything. My name's Terry, and that's my Good Feet story.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
Celebrate Sacramento Rivercats baseball during our 25th anniversary season and join the fun at Sutter Health Park. For a full promotion schedule and to buy tickets, visit rivercats.com. We'll see you there.
Live and local. Live and local. This is Sactown Sports.
Joined by Whitey Gleason. Mr. Kevin, if you know him.
Yeah.
Personally.
I don't want to be awkward, so I'll just,
Oh, you can't fight it.
It just happens.
It won't take long until you break through, and the Team USA basketball team is breaking through, Whitey, 91-72. 4 minutes, 22 seconds left against South Sudan as they're looking to go 2-0. We were just talking, Whitey, before the break about your players on your favorite team or team that you root for playing in games like this, playing in pro-ams. Where does that line fall? Are you happy about it? I mean, obviously the Kings, we really didn't, the only thing that Kings fans would have had to talk about besides, right, Drew leagues and things like that was Keegan on Team USA Select. And I want to say, Chris, off the top of my head, I guess a couple people thought that it was maybe a little bit much. And I know you had personally said Keegan's been playing a lot of basketball for a long period of time, but there weren't a lot of people that had any problems with it.
I will say this. It was a bigger issue around here when Vlade and Peja were playing internationally, Olympics or FIBA or whatever, and people were upset, because the Kings were trying to win a championship. They're really close, and it could get past the Lakers, and people were worried about, wow, these guys, they played all season. It was a long season, and now they're going to, nothing ever happened, but people were concerned about it. I remember Mark Cuban at the time. So this is around 2002, something like that. And he came out and talked about it. And he said, look, I'm paying Dirk all this money. I would rather he not play.
Yeah.
But there's nothing you can do. So, I think we're finally to the point now we realize, it's dangerous, but it's totally up to the players. There's nothing anybody can do. So, ideally, I'm not sure how you guys came down on it.
Yeah.
If I were running a team, I would definitely prefer that my guys get some rest.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and it's funny, too, because I think it's kind of starting to shift the other way where we see Andrew Wiggins isn't playing for Team Canada because it seems like the Warriors pretty much asked him not to. We see Kawhi Leonard kind of not continue with Team USA because the Clippers have issues with obviously Kawhi, especially with his health.
True.
Yeah. I just wonder where eventually it's going to fall and where it's a slippery slope. It feels like, again, do you stop these guys from, representing, they already have stopped them from representing their countries, but do you stop them from doing the pro-ams? And I was talking about Chet Holmgren. Chet Holmgren misses his entire rookie season because he played in a Seattle pro-am, which really doesn't do any, if anything, it hurts the OKC Thunder.
Yeah. And of course they got to play, like you guys said, they're going to play. They got to play at some point.
Right.
They
Exactly.
got to work out. But you know what's interesting though is, and this guy, I don't even know if he might be the odd man out today, and it's probably for good reason, is Joel. If I'm the Sixers fan, why is Joel Embiid on that court?
Especially when he's out here saying, I could go 0 for 5 and it doesn't matter. In these games. It's well, then don't play.
Every time he opens his mouth, he just annoys me. But the Clippers, they're in the same
to the block party.
The Clippers, they're in the same position with Kawhi, right? Trying to win something.
Yeah.
Paul George, he's not young, right? By any stretch of the imagination. If I am Sixers ownership, and we know, okay, you want to, Cameroon, he didn't know if he was going to be able to play. He gets to play with Team USA. He's also been garbage. Why are you playing when we can't get you to finish a whole season?
By the way, Alan, to your point, to the whole point, I believe today's the anniversary of the day when Paul George suffered a horrific injury playing for Team USA.
Man.
Yeah.
Well, they got
I don't like
2 minutes left. Let's just get out of Dodge here.
No,
but yeah, I think it's a case-by-case situation, and if you're the Sixers, I don't know how you let Joel Embiid. The more I think about it, the more it's actually incredible.
I don't think the teams can do anything, and maybe it's a little different with Wiggins, and I don't know.
Let me ask you a question.
I don't think the teams really can force a guy not to play.
Let me ask you a question. Joel Embiid, who was coming off his MVP season, he said pretty early on he was essentially he got injured and he essentially just sold the regular season because he wasn't going to win based on the new rule and how many games you have to play. He wanted to focus on winning a championship, and they tried to kind of cobble it together too late in the season. If your main goal, and if we know, I'm not taking anything away from basketball gold medals, as we talked about, a track gold medal and a basketball gold medal, they don't carry the same weight. If we know that Joel Embiid probably prioritizes a world championship, right? I don't want to get Noah Lyles annoyed, but an NBA Finals championship over a gold medal, then let's take away from the Sixers. Why are you playing Joel Embiid? Why? There's questions about, and I'm not saying, wherever you grew up, whatever the case is, you so much wanted a gold medal and to represent the U.S., you're going to sacrifice this? I just don't know. It's past the team for me.
Yeah.
If I'm Joel Embiid, I don't know. It just doesn't make any sense.
I think it's a marketing thing, actually. I'm pretty sure that there's a lot of value in being an Olympian and being a star, because actually the battle was between France and U.S. And I think the big reason is U.S. really pitched Joel because they didn't want to lose to France in the Olympics, especially. Yeah. And France wanted him, obviously being the host country. So if I had to guess, a lot of Joel, who might not ever get an NBA title, he probably views this as, this could be a lane for me to have some form of an argument to something.
Carmelo
to be
Anthony
great.
syndrome.
Yeah.
Very much so. Olympic Melo is definitely a thing, and we could have said this could have been the summer Embiid. It could have been Olympic Embiid or something like that.
Then he was terrible.
Yeah, yeah. And I think, I think that's perfectly okay for Team USA because, again, they have enough talent to withstand without Joel. The important thing is, it's addition by subtraction. You add Joel, he's not on Team France, and that's really the key for them is that he's not playing for France.
And he does give you a size dimension.
Definitely. Yeah. That's why he's not playing today.
Yeah.
He played against Jokic when they were going against Serbia.
And got
South
cooked.
Sudan. Doesn't matter. He was able to stand in front of Jokic and be a body. Here against South Sudan, they can play Bam Adebayo, and they don't really need Joel's size.
Well, I just don't want to hear addition by subtraction from you, Chris, because it just gives me flashbacks to the Giants and Solaire. That I don't want to hear that, but thank you so much. I had something here, guys.
Get over it.
No, it's
that's
only been a day.
Have you ever heard that Pete Rose?
Yeah.
Get over it.
It's only been a day. A couple more things, guys. Chris, I wanted to send this one over to you because I just saw it. And Whitey, I don't know if you saw or if you heard this, the Deshaun Foster, his entry press conference to the Big Ten when it was pretty terrible.
Yeah.
And we're in LA and it was just kind of a mess. So fair or foul on this one, Chris. I guess, as somebody who can put his foot in his mouth sometimes you play with it and you move on. Deshaun Foster, they had shirts made for UCLA saying we're in LA. Cool or corny to try to play on how bad his press conference was?
It's definitely corny for sure.
Very corny, very cringe.
Yeah, very corny, very cringe. But I think he just kind of doesn't have a choice at that point. Like, we've seen it happens in politics all the time. You become a meme, and then you kind of have to lean into it to try and, you got to steer into the skid a bit.
Whitey said it's the Whitey said it was the Carmelo Anthony syndrome. This was I'll call that the not necessarily syndrome, but it's the B Rabbit approach, right? From 8 Mile. If I make fun of myself, then you making fun of me won't feel as bad. But it's too late. It's too late. Yeah. I'm not buying. We'll ask Jason tomorrow.
Jason will buy it.
Jason Ross will buy it. We're in LA shirt.
Do you know that Bruce Lee said never make fun of yourself? Never make a joke about yourself. He said it creates negative energy, and your body doesn't know it's a joke.
Ooh,
I like that.
that's beautiful.
So yeah,
I like
Bruce Lee,
that.
don't make fun of yourself.
See, now I'm
It
done.
makes sense.
But what about all the rich comedians that
Yeah.
make fun of this? What about Kevin Hart?
Comedians
Price of
are
pay.
complicated people.
They sure
That's also
are. They
true.
definitely
They
have
are
some.
complicated
I
people.
think even they will tell you that they have issues. A lot of issues.
As USA gets the victory, moving to 2-0.
Why do
They
you?
take
I was
care of
pulling for
business.
South Sudan. I'm going to be honest.
Please tell me why.
I'm just underdog syndrome. I knew they had no chance.
Yeah.
It's such a great story.
I
Yeah,
wonder
the
if
Will
they. I
Dang
wonder if
thing
they
is
covered.
awesome.
Yeah.
I wonder if they covered.
I would guess so. What is it?
103 to 86.
I would guess so.
I mean, it wasn't. I'm sure the spread wasn't 44 like last time.
Have you
It
guys
could've
ever
been.
seen a guard block shots at the rim as well as Derek White does?
Probably just Dwayne Wade.
Is
That's
he a
the only
guard
one.
though?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yes.
Absolutely. I don't know what else he would be.
What is he then?
Smaller forward.
Also known as a guard.
He's a long guard though.
Sure. Sure.
Whitey knows
Whitey, I want to ask you about
Now, that was awkward and it wasn't
there
my
it was.
fault.
That was not your fault.
It
my
still was
fault.
connected to you.
I just saw, I believe, Canyon Barry
Yeah.
take that patented underhand free throw.
Mm.
Are we surprised that hasn't happened yet by
I am.
anybody?
Yeah, I am.
I just seeing it, I will say, a little jarring. I think I understand why. Like, is the biggest hurdle probably still the appearance of it all?
I think so.
Because
Yes.
the proof seems to be in the pudding. He didn't make the free throw for what it's worth, but it's pretty ugly to see. I mean, I just can't imagine that anybody will eventually get to it. But, you know, more specifically with the Kings shooting free throws the way they did last season, I kind of feel like there's some pros who could definitely up their percentage by doing underhand free throws.
There's
no way
also
they
there's
will.
also probably this. Like, I'm shooting the way I shoot. When I'm shooting free throws, I'm
It's
actually
almost-
working on my shot. If I have a totally different shot,
right,
maybe I have a good percentage, but you know,
It's good Jerry Reynoldsism right there. Jerry always used to say, got to see one go through the net, right? Hey,
Yeah.
it's nice to see your free throw go
Mhm.
through the net.
You know,
it
the old
kind of
saying,
builds
and it's-
confidence.
I think there's a lot of truth to it. If a guy's a good free throw shooter, he's probably a pretty good shooter. Period.
Right.
That's right. We've talked about that one a good bit. Amid Rock is reminding me of something. Getting back to
Amid
Joel
Rock.
Embiid. Getting back to Joel Embiid because now
is that a place?
No, I don't
now,
know.
now I'm
He's
still
from Vallejo.
now I'm still annoyed now because Joel Embiid said I remember that him saying this. He did not join France because he wanted to compete on a team who could win a medal.
Yikes.
He said that as well.
Ouch.
This I cannot stand
So
this.
Cameroon
guy,
was
man.
out then. There's no way.
I can't stand this guy, man. It's just not winner mentality. Not winner mentality at all. Whitey
Kind of sounds like a winner mentality.
No, you
I wanna
have
be
to
on the
be the
team that
reason.
Wanted
win.
to be on a team that won. It kind of sounds
Well, that
like
means they're gonna win without you. They can win without you. You see what I'm saying, Whitey?
I want to get away.
Whitey dropped a note about Charlie Weiss saying that Brady would still be a top 5 quarterback if he was on the Niners right now.
Brady Quinn.
Tom Brady.
My goodness.
We get into that.
You say Charlie White.
We're going to have some fun with that tomorrow. But coming up next, the Drive Guys, Whitey Gleason, Kyle Draper, Jay Johnson. Thank you for listening to Stiles and Watkins. Thank you to Nate. Thank you to the callers, the texters, Sack Chatters, and Whitey's outstanding voice. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Secure the bed, like the beat.
I want to get away. I want to fly away. Yeah.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.